revenues to undertake some of the infrastructural problems facing the country. So it's a double-edged situation. You said several taxes were introduced mid-year. I doubt it.
The 5% VAT flat rate and the luxury tax that was introduced for people who are importing vehicles more than a certain capacity. You don't think that was an extra tax?
Well, in a sense, I think it is quite normal in other countries that you pay what you call road tax, or So I think it's not that it wasn't that unexpected, particularly when he aimed at the very high end. I thought where we had difficulties were I
want to go back to Etonam Say shortly. So stay with us. We're going to go back to Etonam Say as she speaks with Gabi Asare-Ochredakun, a legal practitioner, leading member of the governing New Patriotic Party. Let's cross over to Etonam Say now. Continue the conversation with Gabi Asare-Ochredakun.
10,000 a month, and we expect that that will be responded to positively by the government.
Now, how should that be responded to positively, especially when you started the conversation by saying that this year's budget or 2019 budget is looking at creating jobs? If you're charging people who are earning beyond 10,000, 35% every month on their salaries, and a lot of people have lost their jobs, especially people in the banking sector, how does government intend to create more jobs and more or less give people back their jobs that they lost this year?
I think, first of all, we have to be fair to the government. You said people are losing their jobs in the banking sector. We had a situation where those 7 banks would have collapsed completely. And then you would have had about 10 times more job losses that you are talking about now. And perhaps even the 1.2 million depositors who are being saved now with some injection of about 9.9 billion Ghana cedis, whose government did not budget for, mind you. So I think really you've had a situation where a lot has been done to, as it were, arrest what would have been a very difficult situation.
What would have been a very difficult situation? I agree with you on that. But is it a reality that a lot of people have lost their jobs because the Bank of Ghana took upon itself to clean the banking sector? Is it a reality?
The reality is that the decision by the Bank of Ghana and the Minister of Finance has actually saved more jobs and protected the deposit of 1.2 million Ghanaians.
Take us through how government intends to create jobs. As you say, we should anticipate that in the 2019 budget. How does government intend to do that?
Well, I think the indicators are there. If you look at, for instance, the $2 billion facility from Sino Hydro, that is going to be injected into infrastructure development, and clearly that will go a long way. If you look at the bauxite industry, I mean, just a few months ago, this Parliament passed the act that creates an aluminium integrated development corporation, which really will be the vehicle for now bringing to being an industry that could fetch anything as much as $300 to about $500 billion. So that itself, and I expect that to start next year. So that itself is good. If you look at the petroleum sector, there are a lot of movements there. You have BP, CNOOC, ExxonMobil, all the big players coming in. And there's a big push by this government that within the shortest period of time, which could be a decade, Ghana will be pushing like maybe 1 million barrels. So when you look at those things, and then you look at what is happening in terms of interest rates dropping. I mean, just yesterday, we heard that inflation is down to 9.5% from 9.8%. You've seen this gradual reduction in the rate of inflation. You've seen this gradual reduction in helps businesses to access greater credit.
Is it helping businesses to access credit, like you're saying?
Gabi Asare-Ochredakun has been speaking, a legal practitioner, leading member of the NPP, with my colleague Etonam Say. live from Parliament. And just to give you an indication of how the coverage will be, we're speaking to very key persons within this administration as well, and the opposition, to help us really understand what's going to be happening today. And some major stakeholders who have also made their way to Parliament to hear from the Finance Minister what the revenue and expenditure projections will be, and policies as well in the 2019 fiscal year. Stay with us here on various media junior platforms. Let's cross over back to Parliament again and continue the conversation. My colleague Etonam say.
Only create the balance if you increase the revenue that you generate through taxation.
Before I let you go,
necessarily over taxing people.
well, taxing people. Well, I don't know about whether that has been the attitude of government. The fact that 35% is being charged from people who are earning more than 10,000. You are taxing luxury vehicles and all that. But yeah, let's move away from that. Finally, before I let you go, tell me how government do we have a clear roadmap on funding the free SHS? Will it be in the budget? Will you be able to tell us how government intends to fund the free?
I think we should just wait to hear the finance minister. Those ones.
You have no idea.
It's not about having an idea. What is clear is that this government is committed to funding free secondary education, among other things. So I believe in his commitment, the government's commitment to this.
Thank you so much. Gabriel Dako is a legal practitioner and a member of the governing New Patriotic Party. We will be speaking shortly to a former energy minister, Emmanuel Amakofibu. I will be telling us exactly what his expectations are, especially from the minority side. We have come, you're live on TV, 3FM and our affiliates across the country. You were here last, the mid-year budget presentation, where a number of policies were introduced, new taxes here and there. What would be your expectations, really, with what we are going to be hearing in a few minutes' time?
Well, this is what brought us here. This is a government that said that they are coming to power and they are going to make Ghanaians see a double-digit growth. Do we see a double-digit growth? In fact, today's budget, we are going to see a real decline growth. They said that they were coming into government to ensure that the private sector will boom and grow. The private sector is on its knees. The financial sector is in recession. They said that they will come into government and there will be no borrowing. You know, the NDC government left power, and with less than 2 years, we have added 48 billion to the debt. 48 billion. What we want to find out from the minister today is that he has moved Ghana's debt from 122 to almost 170 billion in less than 2 years. What is he going to do to address this our debt to GDP ratio that is making Ghana an indebted country, taking us to a recession that we've never seen before? The government had talked about increasing jobs. Growth is gone, and you know the only growth we see is the oil sector growth. And do you know why? The oil sector growth that we see is because of Jubilee, TEN and Sankofa. At the time the NDC was in power, we had only one oil production. And that oil production, at the time, crude prices had dropped. And FPSO Kwame Nkrumah was also having a problem. So we reduced oil production to 70,000 barrels. We basically had less than a billion. Guess what? They've raked in 4 billion Ghana cedi in oil. Where is the money? We had put in systems, contingency funds, sinking fund, to address all those oil money to strengthen this economy. All of that has been basically used wrongly in wrong priorities. We set up energy sector levies, and guess what? Today we'll find out that the minister even used part of the energy sector levy to pay pensions, creating a risk for us in the power sector.
Let's talk about that.
Things are not good.
Let's talk about the petroleum sector, for instance. Prices of petroleum products are going up, and when you listen to government, it says that they can't do much about it because of the price of crude oil on the world market. There are calls that government should remove taxes on petroleum products. Is that what you expect, or one of the things you expect in the 2019
The
budget?
responsibility of government is at all times. Look at what is happening. We have had a government who has increased petroleum price. Petrol price has gone up by 17 times since this government took power. And remember, I'm going to be very clear because I was a petroleum minister. Yes, there's deregulation. But if you buy a gallon of petrol, 50% of the money you are paying is in taxes. And so there's a lot that government has to look at. And I'll leave you. In fact, Saudi Arabia just announced a reduction in oil production. You know what that means? That means that in the coming months, the price of petrol will possibly go up. And so in this budget, it is important for the government to come out with a strategy to basically cushion Ghanaians. If you don't have control on the price on the international market, we can understand it. But there's a lot the government can do in managing the taxes. After all, I went to hear when this government said that they have the magic wand to rake in revenues. And
the magic one they talk about, I'm sure you know, in the mid-year budget, they said if you're earning more than 10,000, you're going to be paying 35%. Luxury vehicle has been taxed and all that. You don't think that it's a measure to rake in extra?
What is it?
You tell me.
No, the government should tell us. It is obvious to me. If you look at our debt to GDP ratio as we are speaking today, and it's pattern right now, it means that they have basically failed in all their revenue collection efforts. It means that this government's main campaign promise of raking, okay, they said in the tree, and I Sikani Waha. Didn't they say that?
So clearly, we have divergent views and opinions, expectations ahead of the 2019 budget. Emmanuel Makofibwa, former Energy Minister and Minister of Power eventually in the Mahama administration. It's a member of parliament for the Lembele constituency. What you see there is what's happening outside parliament. I can tell you on authority that the finance minister is already in parliament. Members of parliament making their way into parliament, and somebody posted something. If I tweeted this morning, it's only on such occasions that you tend to see a full house. So that's it. You probably will not have any empty seats because you have to get full representation to make. Yes, you have the finance minister raising what would probably be the budget. There, so you clearly walking into Parliament and in the iconic white apparel that he is known for. Ken Oforiatta making his way into Parliament in readiness of the presentation or for the presentation of the 2019 budget. Clearly, all is set. And when it gets into Parliament with all the various stakeholders duly represented, as you see, we'll have the public gallery where some members of general public and the media have also made their way into the public gallery and the media gallery as well in Parliament. The finance minister will settle on the floor. The business of the House will begin. As usual, the Speaker will walk in and a prayer will be said. Then the business of the House will be spelled out. That's the Minister of Defense, Dominic Nitiwul, in conversation with the Agric Minister, one critical or two critical areas of the economy. I'm hoping to hear what the Planting for Food and Job update will be. You have Zanetta Rawlings there in conversation with some other female MPs. Trade Minister Alan Kojo Chemantin also in Parliament having conversation with some other. And this is a moment where those ministers who are not members of Parliament tend to catch up and also be able to have updates of what's been happening in Parliament. So it's an informal conversation ongoing, awaiting the arrival of the Finance Minister onto the floor of Parliament, where he will be presenting the 2019 budget for and on behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana. It's a constitutional mandate or requirement, I beg your pardon, that he's expected to fulfill this morning, and it's going to be live here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7 and Onia 95.1 FM and Connect FM 97.1 in Takrady and beyond as well. And you have all the ministers, especially cabinet ministers, are expected to be present there. You have Damboche in your, as you see on your screens, is also some of the ministers of state as well in Parliament. We'll be giving you the updates as we see, as and when we get them captured. But keep your thoughts coming through, and we'll go into the comments and also read them out to you. But clearly, both the majority and minority have a full house. You see Fifi Kwete on your screens, a deputy finance minister in the ex-Wal Mahama administration, also on your screens. Also, we have some other members of Parliament as well there. We will give you updates and as we get through into Parliament. And you have these two ministers, the Trade Minister, Alanko Jochamantin, and the Agric Minister, also having a conversation. And these two areas where, Mr. Name, you would expect that a lot will be said there, because a lot has been happening in the agric sector, but the value chain is still not being impacted. So you would have policies like free fertilizer and others to boost agricultural yield, but then access routes to the farming communities, but the food basket still not having good roads. So eventually people have to spend more money transporting the farm produce to the central markets, and obviously we'll transfer the cost onto that, and then the final consumer will have to bear the cost. So we are talking about an increase in the price of tomatoes and others, whereas tomatoes is getting rotten in some of these places because you do not have good roads to bring them in.
Yeah, you are right. I think when it comes to agric, the focus is always on the traditional way of doing agric, and you've rightly hinted on a critical aspect. Right from the farms, you need to get an accessible route to the markets, and not only that, you need to ensure that once.
Mr. Nim, you want to hold on just a bit for me. The Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Professor Reverend Aaron Michael Quay, is making his way to Parliament as led by the clerks. And will take his seat, and his entrance signifies the countdown to the beginning of the business of the House. So we're going to stay in Parliament and have him begin the business of the House. And obviously have some corrections made in the hazard. And then the business of the House will begin. Mohammed Mutaka Mubarak, Member of Parliament for the Asawasi Constituency, Minority Chief Whip on the screen is Haruna Idrisu, Majority Leader on your also there, very present. We're live from the Parliament House, where the 2019 budget will be presented, or is expected to be presented by the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta. We're crossing over to Parliament now. to get some updates of what's happening. What you see is the opening prayer being said. We're live on 3FM 92.7, on your 95.1 FM. The conversation on social media, the hashtag is the national budget. Hashtag the national budget. And the hashtag again is 3business. So we're using two hashtags, and for those of you listening, can join in conversation.
Grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong its neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that we may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
The opening prayer said by the Speaker of Parliament there, and the business of the House will begin shortly. We're live from Parliament House. We'll bring you details of what's going to be happening, and clearly also bring you a lot more interviews. My colleague Etonam Say there with the rest of the team. We're also live on 3FM 92.7, Onia 95.1. A number of expectations have been expressed with my guest in studio and those who've been interacting with in Parliament as well. And just so you know, you can join in the conversation on various social media platforms, on Facebook, on Twitter, and then also on 3news.com. The hashtag is the national budget. Hashtag the national budget. Join in the conversation. The second hashtag we're using as well is 3business, as in the digit 3 and business. Hashtag 3business. Keep your thoughts coming through. We'll be reading them to you as we go on with this live coverage of the 2019 budget presentation here on our various media general platforms. We're live on TV3 as well with my guest in studio, Mr. Benny Yeboah, National Welfare Officer for the Ghana Union of Traders Association, that's GUTA, Daniel Amate Enim, financial analyst, Enoch Asante, who beg your pardon, the National Vice President of the Coalition of Concerned Teachers, CCT, Ghana, as well. Maybe, Mr. Watt, on the bit of the currency, I know you also have issues with the depreciation of the cedi, of the value of the cedi against major trading currencies like the dollar. In the end, which is the ordinary consumer, you and I, you pass it on to us all the time. You are business people. So what are your expectations?
Well, I want to hear the pragmatic measures that government is taking to mitigate that falling of the cedi in terms of its strength. Because we have to know the short term and then the long term. May I believe with the long term is to do with the industrialization of the economy. Because if it doesn't work, we'll continue taking on board certain things, it wouldn't work. So I want to hear more of what they are going to do when it comes, like we were talking of agriculture, storage is one thing. We should hear what they are doing about storage, then processing. All these things should be captured so that we know where we are moving from. That will help the currency. Because then we will not be too much dependent on the dollar because we have to import. If we can buy here, why wouldn't we buy here? So let us hear from the minister what they are doing short term. The last time they pumped in about $400 million to, check. So let's see, is it working? Because from where it is now, still 4.8 to 4.9 thereabout. Still not the best.
So, Mr. Nim, so I think that we are very clear in our minds when it comes to government policy presented. So the government has been very heavy on its planning for industrialization, have an industrialized economy. But translating those plans into execution is where the missing link is. So we talk about storage and all of that. Under this one district, one factory, all of those things were captured. Of course, we having this. But that gap, what do you expect to be done going into 2019 budget?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, as much as government outlined a very good policy on paper, you rightly said it about the implementation. I believe strongly. You see, if you look at government policy, government wanted to rely on the private sector to execute most of the earmark policies of government, 1D, 1F, whatever, what have you. But the point is that your private sector is impotent, is financially challenged. That's the fact. Financially challenged and technologically challenged. And to be able to trigger the move, government participation in the process is very key and critical. I've said it right from day one. You see, if you are borrowing an economic model where you allow the private sector to dictate the pace of the economy, which I believe, you look at your strength and the strength of the private sector, the ability of the private sector to be able to drive the economy, you look at it. But if you look at our private sector, they do not have that because the financial sector is going through some challenges. We have a financial sector that is undercapitalized. They have issues with liquidity. Even the cost of borrowing is high for the private sector to be able to borrow from the financial sector to execute government policies. So what you do as a government is that you must participate in the process because you have what it takes to mobilize resources, both domestically and then external. So once you participate in the process and you trigger the lead, you now allow the private sector to participate in the process. And that is what is linking. And as much as government is still relying on the private sector, government will find it very difficult to execute most of these plans. If you recall, even the 1D, 1F that government wanted the private sector to do, most of our private sector, the AGI and the like, I don't know much about GUTA, they rushed to China to be able to solicit for funding from Chinese investors to be able to execute most of these policies. So if you are not careful, at the end of the day, even foreign participation is also very good. But it is also taking them too long because they need to understand the economy very well and be assured of certain indicators, both political, environment. They want to be sure that everything will be accurate. Our economic policies, whether if they invest their money over a certain period of time, they'll be able to reap in whatever investment, their return on investment. And that's the reason which almost everything is dragging slowly, like at a snail's pace. So as a government, if this is a very critical policy for you, your participation in the process is very key. And this is what is missing in the equation. And I believe strongly that if government can identify that and participate in the process, and the point is that you raise an issue about the agri sector, yes, which Mr. Yeba, you know, if you look at other jurisdictions, other economies I'm familiar with, recently I visited Turkey. Look, for instance, we know BA, Western region, certain part of Central region, you must identify their potential in terms of agri, and they should specialize. Okay, so maybe we're focusing on a Brong-Ahafo region, the Western region, a part of Central region where they have the capacity to produce. So you specialize and you provide them with all the facilities in terms of first-class road that people can now transport their produce to other sectors of the economy, other regions, right? So you need to provide them with irrigation, access to market, and then the like. So when we come to agri, we know that these three regions are there to provide us with what? With food. And you provide them with the necessary facilities. So you don't go to a country where you go to a Greater Accra region and there's a bit and pieces. You go to Volta region, there's a bit and pieces specialization. Absolutely. If you visit certain areas, even some of them, even when it comes to industrialization, they do so. So I have said it that as much as I believe the 1D and 1F going forward, just like Mr. Yuba said, there's a potential of happiness in terms of our ability to provide more food for the citizens at affordable prices, restoring the value of the city, and also creating meaningful jobs. The point is that we need to specialize and take it one at a time. For instance, if it comes to cocoa, where we have a competitive advantage. That's the point I'm driving at. Let's start with where we have a competitive advantage. We produce cocoa. I think still we are the number second globally. Yes. We have a CPC. Within the short term to medium term, how do we expand cocoa processing company to produce more, add more value to cocoa for onward exportation and creating sustainable jobs for the citizens? Okay. So these are some of the things that we need to do immediately. Okay. We need to.
Great point. Thank you. I think you made a great point there. We only put your best foot forward. Let's cross over back to Parliament where my colleague Etonam says with Vincent Odote, Deputy Communications Minister. Let's hear from him.
Are you comfortable with price of petroleum products as it stands now? Almost 24 cedis a gallon.
Well, the price of petrol is a function of the exchange rate, the price of crude oil on the international market. Since we came to government, crude oil, what were the prices when we came to government of crude oil on the international market?
It has gone up 17 times.
Yes.
And
the price of petrol?
The price of petrol is been going up consistently. And as we sit, a gallon of petrol is 24 cedis a gallon.
What was the price of crude oil when we came to power?
Well, I am talking about
it's a function
no.
of that.
What the price of crude oil, we don't have power over it.
Fantastic.
Okay, that is why we benchmark. But I also know that we also expect that government to take off price of petroleum products or maybe the taxes on petroleum products.
Well, I'm sure you are aware that the price of fuel at the pump is a result of a combination of several factors. At least I can tell you it would have been worse if we had not managed the foreign exchange properly. It would have been worse if it were the past. Those people, the NDC, would have said the price would have gone up more than that. All I can tell you is that we are on the path of prudence. We are on the path of sustainable growth. And I'll plead with Ghanaians not to listen to our colleagues who had the chance to manage this economy and run us into debt, who ran this country into the ground. We have a government led by His Excellency the President. Within less than 2 years, we have managed to say we are going to what IMF. That alone should be an indication that this country is on the path of recovery. And I'm really more than excited. I've never been excited in my life about today, because today Ghanaians will see the clear pattern, the difference between the propagandist NDC, who are only interested in boom and bust, not prudence, not sustainable development, with someone who's interested in prudence, sustainable development, so that a time will come when the cedi in your pocket, when we're able to manage, the cedi was more valuable than the dollar. That time is coming very soon. And this government, this budget will lay that foundation.
Briefly, let's talk about the cedi before you go. You say that you are putting in place measures to save the cedi. Would you tell us, as a Deputy Minister for Communications, what the measures are that you're putting in place to ensure that the cedi, because you see, businesses have concerns. If the cedi is stabilized for a period of time, they're able to plan. But if it is depreciating at an unexpected time, especially when we are heading towards Christmas, it's difficult to plan. What measures are we putting in place, and what should we expect in the 2019 budget with respect to measures to...
Etonam Say, my colleague, indeed putting those very critical questions and seeking answers. Vincent Odote, so Deputy Communications Minister there. Clearly, it gives you an indication of our heavy presence in Parliament to bring you all the details right there. The Finance Minister is walked into Parliament now, on the floor of Parliament, to do what is expected of him in the next few minutes. So stay with us here and we'll bring you the live coverage. Ken Oforiatta is in Parliament now, and as always, you have the economic management team headed by the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, there to back him, because this is a policy from their bosom, and so that would also be clearly reflected. Let's go cross over again to Etonam Say, live in Parliament, to continue that conversation with some other persons who are walking into the floor of Parliament to hear the Finance Minister speak.
Honorable Minister for Finance.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, today, the 15th day of November 2018, on the authority of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I beg to move this August House approves the financial policy of the government of the Republic of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, on the authority of His Excellency, the President, in keeping of the requirement under Article 179 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, may I respectfully present the budget statement and economic policies of government for 2019 to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, this statement is an abridged version of the 2019 budget statement. I would like to request the Hansard Department to capture the entire budget statement and economic policy. I also submit before this August House the 2018 annual report on the petroleum funds in accordance with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, as amended. Mr. Speaker, the theme for this year's budget is a stronger economy for jobs and prosperity. The budget represents the third of 4 annual budget statements of the government. It therefore offers us an opportunity to take a midterm review of the performance of the government in managing the economy and how we intend to accelerate the program of growing the economy, modernizing agriculture, and industrializing our society, protecting the vulnerable, and creating jobs and prosperity for the Ghanaian people over the next financial year. Mr. Speaker, I do not take lightly the significance of this moment, an opportunity we are granted annually to determine how the precious assets of Ghana, our people, our land, our natural resources, and our treasury should be stewarded for national growth and human development. Mr. Speaker, who are we that we should be given this sacred responsibility and opportunity to steward this country? Despite the challenges, we approach this process with genuine humility and gratitude to a great God. We recognize that while current resources are insufficient to meet every need and every demand of every Ghanaian, there are no limitations on our collective potential as a people, our will, and our hope that the sacrifices we make and the seeds we sow today will achieve sustainable results, putting Ghana on an irreversible path of enviable empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I stood here in March 2017 and asked that our country's poultry, 2 fish and 5 loaves be multiplied. And indeed, as a young boy gave all he had to the multitude, so have we, and the Lord has indeed blessed our nation. With all the humility I can muster, Mr. Speaker, permit me to say that I am proud to say that the Akufo-Addo government is delivering on this 4-year resounding that the people of Ghana has given us. This is evident in the impressive strides the nation has made in the past 22 months. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I wish to thank you all, the citizens of this country, for your patience, perseverance, sacrifices, activism, and partnership that you have extended to this government. So far-reaching and nonpartisan at times as this national sacrifice has been, that even now, some members of the minority in Parliament have to campaign for a cleaner environment by dumping their gasoline Toyota Land Cruisers to ride bicycles to work. For example, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a former deputy minister for power, during the unforgiving Dumso era under President John Dramani Mahama was seen only 2 evenings ago riding his bicycle to a luxury furniture shop on the Spinters Road. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have in the last 2 budget years taken some tough decisions to get the country out of some very rough seas. We are not proud of the fact that there's still hardship in the country, but we are comforted by the fact that we have managed to ease the impact of the hardships that the Ghanaian people have been resigned to prior to December 7, 2016. We are not there yet. We still have a long way to go in fulfilling the manifest destiny of this blessed land. Indeed, we are being repaid for the years the locusts have eaten. So, Mr. Speaker, what is, however, clear is that the nation is moving forward under this government and moving forward in the right direction. We are now, Mr. Speaker, on course to exit the inherited IMF program by the end of this year. It has been a collective effort by all of us, government, for exercising the kind of macroeconomic competence and discipline that was evidently lacking in the past, and the people for their patience, understanding, and keeping faith with their government. The program may have had its critics because of the constraints it imposed, but it was a necessary pill because by 2014, Mr. Speaker, the government then had lost the fiscal discipline and had very little choice but to seek the bailout. We are grateful to the IMF and are determined to maintain a combination of eternal economic discipline and vibrancy, like Germany, that would ensure that we will not have to be rescued in that manner in the future. And as our President said, never again. Mr. Speaker, the philosophy of this government has not been to throw our hands in the air and offer excuses. The President, of course, set a standard in his first State of the Nation address. He said, and I quote, "I was not elected by the overwhelming majority of the Ghanaian people to complain. I was elected to get things done. I was elected to fix what is broken, and my government and I are determined to do just that." Mr. Speaker, it is important to remember what it was in order to appreciate the work that has been done to fix the mess. So, Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, Mr. Speaker, only 22 months ago, we had declining economic growth that fell from 40 to 3.7%, the lowest in some 2 decades. We had declining growth in agriculture and negative growth in industry. Rising unemployment that resulted in the formation in our history for the first time of the Unemployed Graduate Association. We had high fiscal deficits reaching 9.3% of GDP in 2016, plus rising public debt, which pushed the debt to GDP ratio to 73.1% at the end of 2016, fast falling CD affecting even the meager profits that street hawkers struggle to make, high interest rates killing businesses, effective return to cash and carry under NHIS as a result of government arrears, weak banking system and unstable financial systems, and lest we forget, Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian businesses, big and small, were working only to pay electricity bills or to buy diesel for the generator. We cannot forget so soon the havoc that 5 years of doom so caused to household, businesses and all up and down this great country of ours. These are just some items on the long list of things that were broken and needed to be fixed. Mr. Speaker, within 2 years of the change, below are just some of the problems we have faced. A change, Mr. Speaker, that we can all feel. Mr. Speaker, a change in the management of the economy, a change in the management of the economy from incompetence to competence, a change from macroeconomic instability to macro stability, a change from a rising debt to GDP ratio to a declining debt to GDP ratio, changing from a weak banking system to a strong, well-capitalized and better supervised banking system, a change from taxation that undermines production, a change from a predominance of sole sourcing to competitive tendering in procurement. This change has seen the Public Procurement Authority making total savings of 1.8 billion from January 2017 to October 2018. It is important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that not a single peso was saved all the years under the previous government until 2017. A change, Mr. Speaker, from the manual process of clearing goods of its attendant corruption at the ports to a paperless process, a change to bring about a reduction in electricity tariffs, a change from doing so to reliable power, a change in the access to and cost of education, social justice of introduction of free senior high school education, leaving, Mr. Speaker, no one behind. A change from the abolition of teacher training allowances to the restoration of teacher training allowances. A change from cash and carry in NHIS to a functioning national health insurance system where all arrears left by our colleagues from 2014 are now being cleared. A change from the abolition of nursing training allowances to a restoration. Let us watch the language of nursing training allowances. A change to increase the share of DD. A change in a moribund private sector to a vibrant job-creating private sector. A change from rising graduate employment through programs such as the 100,000 strong NAPCO core. A change from a dying colonial railway network system that is now being re-energized. A change from a stagnant agriculture sector to a revitalized agriculture sector under the Planting for Food and Jobs program. A change from destructive galamsey activities to a regulated small-scale mining activities. A change from the opaque allocation of Ghana's oil blocks to non-performing cronies to a transparent allocation of oil blocks to investors with the capacity to work the fields. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency responded and promised. Mr. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency responded and promised an innovative change to bring jobs and income to every district through one district, one factory. An innovative change to bring development to our rural areas through one village, one dam under IPEP. An innovative change to mobile payment interoperability. An innovative change to 3 development authorities to be a vehicle for accelerated development and the allocation of capital expenditure in our rural areas. An innovative change to the establishment of the Zongo Development Fund as a vehicle to focus on the development needs of Zongo communities. And an innovative change to the approach of entrepreneurship development through the establishment of a ministry and the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. A major focus of the government in the last 22 months has been to clean the economic headwinds we inherited with the restoration and sustainability of macroeconomic stability as the anchor for
How good or bad is obsession in love?
Surprise!
Who? You will remain his friend for the whole life. Wish him first.
We are getting very late, please.
Maya, a business tycoon, is deeply in love with Arjun, a photographer.
Maya?
Who else can wish you before me? Happy birthday to you.
But when Maya's obsession threatens the ruin of their relationship.
When will I get name, fame and money?
Soon.
How will our married life be?
Very difficult.
What are you saying, priest? Please check again.
Saying your palm again won't change your fate.
Sanj, a childhood secret admirer, steps in to save Arjun from Maya.
Till the End of Time now shows from Monday to Thursday at 8:30 p.m. only on TV3 and is brought to you by Melcom, where Ghana shops.
Vodafone, the future is exciting. Ready? Storm Energy Drink.
This is a live coverage of the 2019 budget presentation by the Finance Minister. There's just a hitch in the transmission there. But we're going to go back to Parliament shortly as we have it been worked on. But you're live here on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, Unia 95.1 FM. Connect FM 97.1 in Takrady and beyond. We're live on 3news.com. Also live on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. It's a global audience there with many of you who are sending us messages, obviously interested in the economy and how this particular economic policy or the fiscal document will spell the details of government's policies for the next fiscal year, that's 2019. And remember, it's going to be the first post-IMF budget under this particular administration, and lots of concerns have been raised about fiscal discipline. What that means is that now that we're going to be on our own and not having anybody setting fiscal targets for us to meet and breathing down our necks to make sure we're not overspending or wasting or cutting, especially cutting down on the waste and putting in measures in place to ensure that we show up our revenue generation, our revenue levels as a country. We would have been able to mature in that particular aspect of ensuring that we spend within our means and not to have too much of budget deficit. There are some who believe that we should keep spending as a country because this is a developing economy and would need to be able to put those measures in place in the process of stabilizing the economy. A lot of spending has to be done. That is another school of thought. There are many who have also raised concerns about we assuring ourselves that we can actually be able to be within our means as we get fiscally disciplined on our own without the IMF after March, April next year, as is being spelled out. So what we're going to be looking out for a lot more is those fiscal measures that this budget will prescribe or present to ensure that government will be disciplined in its spending, even though as a result of the rebasing of the economy, the debt-to-GDP ratio has now reduced to about 56%. Many economists have raised the concern that it may increase the appetite of government to borrow more. That is a temptation that every Ghanaian, including Mr. Enim, is praying that government will not fall to. But have we exhibited that assurance to say that we're not going to fall to this particular temptation of spending?
There's the likelihood that government may resort to more borrowing. You know, we reading the 2019 budget, and very soon we'll be heading toward, by 2020, we'll be heading towards general elections. And if you look at the promises that government has, made prior to the previous election, government is yet to fulfill most of them. So now that there's a space for government to borrow, that temptation is there. It's highly possible that government may resort to more borrowing, and which, if no care is not taken, may further increase our debt stock. But I think the most critical thing is that if government is borrowing, government should ensure that the money is invested into critical sectors of the economy that will ensure that it will anchor the overall performance of the economy with respect to creating opportunities for the citizens, with respect to beefing up the strength of the private sector, and by way also of supporting the development of certain critical infrastructure in the sector to be able to support the smooth machinery of the national economy. So, but if you borrow for consumption, and the temptation is that you find it very difficult to be able to pay for the debt as and when they mature, or the repayment will become a challenge, and that is where government will have to sacrifice the scarce revenue to debt servicing. And if that is done, what it means is that other sectors of the economy will be sacrificed, and then the overall performance of the economy, which will reflect in the living standard of the people, will be curtailed or will be sacrificed. So the temptation is there, and that's the reason which government have to tread cautiously, and government must discipline in terms of the fiscal discipline. Government shouldn't say that now that the IMF is here to IMF is leaving the economy with respect to monitoring our physical space. There's a room for government to do anything. No, we need to consolidate our macroeconomic gains, and going forward, we need to work very hard to ensure that we translate these macroeconomic gains to sustainable job creation, to empowering the private sector to be able to create that jobs, to ensure that we add value to our produce, to bring in more sufficient inflow to be able to support the economy. If that is done, what it means is that we will not have issues with respect to depreciation of the CD, we will not have issues with inflation, and then businesses as a whole will flourish. And once businesses flourishes, what it means is that more jobs will be created for the unemployed graduates. So I'm of the view that if government really wanted to transform this economy going forward, then the need for the fiscal discipline is key. Government need to be guided by that. Yeah, by that going forward, and shouldn't be induced. That temptation is there. As I told you, heading towards an election year, you will visit a region and you meet some few chiefs, and then the temptation is there. You have to make some promises.
But talking about infrastructure, at least we do know that there's a heavy dependence on the Sino-Hydro $2 billion deal to finance a lot of that infrastructure that we would be expecting in this particular budget. Let's cross over now to Parliament, where the Finance Minister is presenting the 2019 budget. Remember, this particular document is in two forms. There's going to be a review of the 2018 fiscal year and then a projection into the 2019 fiscal year with expected revenue and expenditure. But before we do that, let's just take a few of your comments coming through. This one here says, the national budget, hashtag, Alfred, there's nothing new from these politicians. Only how to make themselves rich is what they know, and anyone who ceases to saying good about this government is taking advantage of the government today. Ghana is not about certificate, but which party do you belong to, and you get what you need, not want. But Almighty Allah is bigger than everyone in the world. You say, Al-Hassan Wawana in Wa, thank you. Let's cross over to Parliament now and continue that coverage of that presentation by the Finance Minister. We're live on TV3, 3FM, Onia 95.1 FM and Connect FM as well. We apologize for that hitch in the transmission. Let me still continue with your comments and then we'll cross over shortly. This one here says, hi, good morning. My name is Emmanuel Owusu. Today, the government is there to read the budget while some of us NAPCO personnel have not been posted. We have been home since work started on November 1, but as to now, most of us are home with little hope of being posted. It's clear that the planning before the implementation, I'm sure that's what you want to say, of this program is very poor, and as now they know where to post us to. I'm surprised the media is silent about the issue while people think we are working. So this NAPCO issue is on our radar. I must tell you that we're looking into. A number of you have given us that particular story of you being at home and not being posted. This one here says, good morning. My name is Shani Mutala from Miom District. It's high time this divide and rule governance stops. In as much as government, we want to create new regions. You should do so without compromising peace in those regions. Chiefs and people of Dagbang categorically wish everyone who seeks new regions well, you say. This one here from Koredo in Dunkura says, today's budget will be a great budget among the previous ones. From the 19 Bekwaya Shanti, greetings. You say you are greeting your lovely wife on this particular matter. Hopefully your lovely wife will have reason to smile after the budget is presented as well. Charles Nyame in Asamankesi says, looking at what the NPP promised and what they're delivering, you don't need a rocket scientist to tell us that their hope budget is rather going to bring about hopelessness, you say, dissatisfaction and disappointment. Never again. In regards to Chairman of Oswampofo, you're saying you're greeting people. This one here says that today's budget will be a great budget. That's from the 9 team again. Thank you. Another one here from Al-Hassan Wanwana in Wa says this budget will be the budget of hope and every living soul will enjoy it. So let's acknowledge and applaud the president and the finance minister. So divergent views there. Those who are expectant of a good budget, others think otherwise. It's always the case, isn't it? It's a name, so clearly reflective of what people are expecting. Good morning. I want to ask of what use it is to employ someone without paying him or her. The government is just exploiting beneficiaries of the youth in afforestation as we use the little money we have to go to work, you say. Thank you. Sofo Yamusa in Kumbungu says the 2019 budget will bring more hope and prosperity to Ghanaians. Citizens, just be patient since Nanado is working, you say. Thank you very much. Now, we thank you for being patient. We're going to cross over to Parliament now and continue the coverage of the 2019 budget.
Ghana cities in monies government had not budgeted for and could surely have put in good use to fix our numerous infrastructure needs, roads, bridges, housing, etc. The government has continued to provide assurances to depositors and customers of licensed banks and specialized deposit institutions through demonstrable actions that their deposits are safe, Indeed, following the creation of the Consolidated Bank Limited, a wholly owned government of Ghana and licensed by the Bank of Ghana as a universal bank, the government capitalized over 450 million Ghana cedis. In addition, government had to issue a bond with a face value of 7.6 billion to cover the gap between the deposit liabilities and the remaining good liabilities of the 5 failed banks. This singular action of government has reposed confidence in the banking system because it will ensure that no deposits of the 1.2 million depositors will be lost, and customers will continue to access their deposits without difficulty. Through government's intervention in August this year, deposits of some 11 billion have been saved, as well as some 2,661 jobs, in addition to several hundred saved in 2017. The government's action has also created a strong indigenous Ghanaian bank in place of the 5 failed banks. The government is committed to ensuring that Consolidated Bank Ghana Limited becomes a strong, customer-oriented indigenous bank, well-positioned to meet the demands of all its customers and to serve as a go-to bank for financing small and medium-sized enterprises and corporate Ghana. Mr. Speaker, generally banks have made progress in repairing their balance sheets by writing off bad loans and addressing capital needs. Banks are far advanced in executing their plans to augment their statutory capital in line with the new minimum requirements, compliance of which is expected by end December 2018. The Bank of Ghana is also working on a comprehensive action plan for cleaning up the specialized deposit-taking institutions made up of savings and loan companies, finance houses, rural and community banks, and microfinance institutions. The government will support an orderly resolution of the difficulties and will provide the much-needed funds to facilitate prompt payouts to their depositors. Mr. Speaker, the government's financial interventions in the cleanup exercise have been necessary to help mitigate the socio-economic impacts arising out of the closure of the failed financial institutions. It is important that the cost of these interventions borne by taxpayers are recovered to the extent possible through recoveries from debtors, shareholders, and related connected parties who, through unfair means, siphon funds from the defunct banks to the detriment of depositors, employees, and other stakeholders in the economy as a whole. The Bank of Ghana has also, Mr. Speaker, set up an Office of Ethics and Internal Investigations to investigate all allegations of misconduct by Bank of Ghana staff, including any role in the collapse of the defunct banks. In addition to all these cleanups, government has also taken steps to settle all claims of DKM customers. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that DKM Diamond Microfinance Limited had its license revoked in February 2016 with considerable suffering imposed on depositors without any meaningful response from the previous government. That has significantly changed, Mr. Speaker. The official liquidator received 99,858 claims, and the validated claims amounted to 502 million Ghana cedis. I would like to inform the country that out of the 99,858 claims, 79,708, 80%, have been settled and depositors have been paid. The government has set aside funds at the Bank of Ghana to pay the remaining 20% of depositors upon validation. An additional 12,612 claims have been fully provided for, but the customers have not as yet been able to show proof of deposit. This means that 90% of DKM claims from depositors have been paid or provided for. Depositors for the remaining 7,568 claims of above 10,000 Ghana cedis are yet to reach agreement with the liquidators. Mr. Speaker, let me say how pleased His Excellency the President is that in 2018 and 2017, 271,000 young Ghanaians, 90,000 in 2017-2018, and 181,000 in 2018-2019, who would not have been able to access secondary education, were able to attend because of free SHS. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, we cannot downplay how significant this is to building a future for every citizen of this land. Mr. President maintains that he will leave no one behind. Mr. Speaker, the days of an ailing national health insurance scheme are behind us. We have re-energized the scheme, which is now able to settle its bills, thereby ensuring that many more Ghanaians have access to quality health care across the country. Mr. Speaker, we have paid all arrears since 2014 that we came to meet. Mr. Speaker, for our government, support for the private sector is a top priority. Our efforts to improve the business environment were duly recognized in the 2019 World Bank Ease of Doing Business report, in which our position improved from 120 to 114 out of 190 countries. This is just a beginning as we strive to continually improve the business climate in Ghana. We can and will do much better. Mr. Speaker, government has provided strong support to stimulate the private sector. In addition to bringing down interest rates, we provided direct support to the sector through the stimulus and 1D1F programs. The 1D1F program has generated strong interest from several banks. 55 companies have been founded, with several others in the pipeline. Government's Planting for Food and Jobs program is yielding impressive results. In order to consolidate the gains achieved under the program, government 2 weeks ago operationalized the Ghana Commodity Exchange, the first electronic commodity exchange in West Africa. Going forward, there will be a ready market for farmers who produce grains such as corn and soya. Through this exchange, an estimated 200,000 skilled jobs will be provided not only in Accra, but in key agriculture production and trading centers, including Wenchi, Tamale, Sandema, which was warehouses to support the exchange. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's credibility in the international capital market is on the rise. As a testament to the prudent fiscal and monetary policies of this government, in May 2018, the Akufo-Addo government successfully issued its first Eurobond with shining success. A hat trick of 3 L's we call in the industry. The largest Eurobond issuance in our country's history of $2 billion, the longest maturity period of 30 years, and the lowest pricing in Ghana's history, 8.627% for the 30-year bond. Mr. Speaker, 2018, Ghana's appeal as the preferred investment destination has grown significantly, and we have attracted global industry giants such as Volkswagen, Nissan, and Siemens to establish local assembly plants. Mr. Speaker, and Sinotrack. Mr. Speaker, our policies have improved the business environment, and the private sector has responded by increasing jobs. Based on SNIT data, the private sector added 208,624 more jobs in the first 10 months of 2018, an increase on the 197,000 formal jobs registered in 2017. We have resourced Ghana's Statistical Service and the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations to develop a more robust system to track employment on a quarterly basis. Government is also doing its part on job creation. Over the period 2017 and 2018, the Ministry of Finance granted financial clearance to various agencies to recruit 88,719 Ghanaians into critical sectors of agriculture, health, and education to enable us to improve service delivery, including 20,000 in the forestry sector. In addition, the Nation Builders Corps, a 3-year transitional job opportunity for young graduates, has enrolled, Mr. Speaker, 100,000 young graduates to support the delivery of critical public services. Mr. Speaker, this is unprecedented in our nation's 50-year history. Mr. Speaker, it is a monumental achievement as it is the single largest job and skill development program in the last 50 years in our dear country. The testimonies from the beneficiaries and their families have reaffirmed government's commitment to transform our society. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, the MPP government has twice had to inherit an IMF program from our friends across the aisle, which we have successfully completed. Notwithstanding exiting the current program after successful completion, we will continue with our prudent management of the economy and buttress that with legal and institutional measures to ensure irreversibility of the gains made so far. However, as a member country in good standing, we will continue our productive policy and technical collaboration with the IMF. Mr. Speaker, Ghana looks forward with renewed confidence. This seminal 2019 budget, which comes at the midterm of President Akufo-Addo's administration, aims to consolidate the gains from tough reform measures taken so far and surge boldly forward in growing our economy, especially as we successfully exit the ECF program with the IMF, our trusted advisors in the past 3 years. Under the ECF program, we jointly made some difficult decisions which have enabled us to improve our macroeconomic situation. Mr. Speaker, we would like to acknowledge the role and contribution of the IMF in our achievements in macroeconomic stabilization and growth. As a member of the IMF, Ghana will continue to engage through Article 4 consultations and other arrangements even after that. As we complete and exit the program in December 2018, we are also instituting measures to ensure irreversibility of the macroeconomic gains we have made. Consequently, we will, among other things, legislate a fiscal responsibility role to cap the fiscal deficit to no more than 5% of GDP as part of measures to promote budget credibility and fiscal sustainability. A fiscal council will also be established. We will strictly enforce the PFM Act to promote efficient and effective public financial management. We will continue with the zero bank financing arrangement of the BOG to curb fiscal dominance as part of measures to rein in on inflation. We will maximize domestic resource mobilization and increase tax revenue to GDP ratio to levels in line with our peer lower middle income countries. We will implement expenditure efficiency and rationalization measures to increase efficiency in public spending and free more fiscal space for growth-oriented and job-creating programs. We shall enforce the Public Procurement Act and ensure sole sourcing is minimized to promote competition and efficiency in public spending, thereby promoting value for money, and institute, Mr. Speaker, risk management framework to mitigate macro-fiscal risks. In view of this, a fiscal risk unit has been established at the Ministry of Finance. God has demonstrated countless times that he can use ordinary people, ordinary nations to do extraordinary things. Ghana has a history replete with extraordinary achievements nationally, regionally, internationally. These achievements were the results and culmination of right choices. A confident nation beckons, Mr. Speaker. Having set the tone for this budget, in accordance with the Public Financial Management Act, I'll proceed to provide details of government's plans for 2019, focusing on recent global macroeconomic developments and the implications for Ghana, Ghana's macroeconomic performance in 2018, and our targets for 2019 and the medium term, and sectorial performance, government's key programs and policy initiatives, and the consequent deliverables. Mr. Speaker, global economic developments and outlook. Mr. Speaker, according to the IMF's October 2018 World Economic Outlook, global growth momentum moderated in the first half of 2018 compared to the same period in 2017. This reflected greater than expected moderation of activity in some advanced economies, particularly in the Euro area and United Kingdom. Global growth is projected to be maintained at 3.7% in 2018 and 2019, same as in 2017. Growth in advanced economies is expected to increase very marginally from 2.3% in 2017 to 2.4% in 2018, largely on the back of strong growth in the U.S. economy, which benefited from sizable fiscal stimulus. Growth in emerging markets and developing economies was steady in the first half of 2018, supported by continued stronger growth in emerging Asia, despite the moderation of activity in China. Growth in the emerging markets and developing economies is projected to remain steady at 4.7% in 2019, same as in 2018 and 2017. In sub-Saharan Africa, growth is expected to increase from 2.7% in 2017 to 3.1% in 2018 and further to 3.8% in 2019, boosted by oil exporting economies which benefited from higher oil prices. Inflation. Mr. Speaker, global inflation increased in the second quarter of 2018, largely reflecting higher energy prices. Core inflation, excluding food and energy, remains below target in most advanced economies, while in emerging markets and developed economies, core inflation has inched up in recent months. Commodity prices. Mr. Speaker, commodity prices generally continued to strengthen in the mid-quarter of 2018. Oil prices increased to about $76 a barrel in the first half of 2018, the highest since November 2014, but declined to about $71 in October 2018, following increased oil production by the major exporters. Mr. Speaker, the world market price of cocoa beans is estimated to reach $2,200 per metric ton in 2018, compared to $2,025 in 2017. Gold prices are also projected to increase from $1,293 per ounce in 2017 to an average of $1,346 per ounce in 2018, before falling slightly to $1,302 in 2019. Financial conditions. Mr. Speaker, the monetary policy normalization in the U.S. led to a stronger U.S. dollar and rising yields on U.S. treasuries, resulting in tighter financial conditions and capital flow reversals in a number of emerging markets and frontier economies, including Ghana. Despite these developments, global financial conditions remain generally supportive of growth. Domestic macroeconomic performance. Mr. Speaker, the performance of the economy for the first 9 months has been impressive. To properly assess the performance, let me first restate the macroeconomic targets set for 2018 as presented in the 2018 budget. Overall real GDP growth rate of 6.8%, 5.6% in the rebase series, Non-oil growth rate of 5.4%, 5.8% in the rebate series, end period inflation of 8.9%, fiscal deficit of 4.5% of GDP, 3.7% in the rebate series, primary surplus of 1.7% of GDP, 1.4% in the rebate series, and gross international reserves to cover not less than 3.5 months of imports of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, data as they end September 2018 shows that the economy is in good shape and we are on track to meet our targets. Real GDP grew by 5.4% using the rebate series, 6.8% in the first quarter. In the first half of 2018, compared to the annual target of 5.6%. Non-oil GDP grew by 4.6% compared to the 2018 target of 5.8%. End-year inflation rate declined from 11.8% at the end of 2017 to 9.8% at the end of September 2018, and further, Mr. Speaker, to 9.5% as of October 2018. The fiscal deficit was 3% of rebased GDP at the end of September 2018 compared to a target of 2.7%. The primary balance was a surplus of 0.5% of rebased GDP compared to a target of 0.9% of rebased GDP for the period. The public debt, including the financial sector bailout costs at the end of September 2018, was 57.4% of pre-based GDP. Excluding bailout costs, the debt was 53.9% of rebased GDP. As of September 2018, the monetary policy rate dropped from 20% at the end of 2017 to 17% at the end of October 2018. The provisional trade balance for the period recorded a surplus of 1.6 billion compared to a surplus of 777 million recorded for the same period in 2017. Gross international reserves accumulated to 6.7 billion, sufficient to cover 3.6 months of imports ahead of a 2018 target of 3.4 months. The exchange rate, which appreciated against the dollar up to May 2018, depreciated by 7.5% at the end of September 2018, largely on account of external pressures, including the strengthening of the US dollar, the US-China trade war, and the US Fed policy rate hikes. Compared to other emerging economies, Ghana has been able to weather the storm a lot better, primarily due to strong economic fundamentals. Mr. Speaker, the detailed performance in the real monetary, external, and fiscal sector of the economy is provided below. Mr. Speaker, the 2018 budget envisaged a 6.8% GDP growth rate. However, with the rebasing of the GDP, there has been the need to revise the 2018 growth projection. Thus, the overall GDP growth target has been revised to 5.6%, taking account of the base effect of the GDP rebasing and half-year performance. Non-oil GDP is projected to grow by 5.8%. Mr. Speaker, provisional estimates by the Ghana Statistical Service show that economic growth remains strong in 2018. Real GDP grew by 5.4% during the first half of 2018, and oil by 4.4% and 4.3% in the first and second quarters of 2018, respectively. Monetary aggregates and credit development. Mr. Speaker, broad money supply, including foreign currency deposit M2+, grew by 24.1% year-on-year at end September 2018, compared to 23.1% over the same period in 2017. The pace of expansion in banks' total outstanding credit increased in the 12-month period to September 2018. Total outstanding credit increased by 13%, 4.7 billion, compared to 7.9%, 2.6 billion in 2017. Most of the credit to the private sector was absorbed by the commerce and finance, services, transport and storage, communication, and manufacturing subsectors. Mr. Speaker, money market interest rates generally trended downwards in 2018, reflecting the reduction in the monetary policy rate and general improvements in macroeconomic fundamentals. However, the 91-day Treasury bill rate increased to 13.37% in September from 12.8% a year ago, while the one-year note firmed up to 18% in September 2018. And lending rates of the deposit money banks also went down generally. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian cedi came under pressure in the second quarter of 2018 following the strengthening of the US dollar in international markets. These developments resulted in tighter financing conditions and capital flow reversal economies, including Ghana. Domestic demand pressures for foreign exchange as well. Speaker, the cedi, however, stabilized in the third quarter, benefiting from positive sentiments on the market as a result of the cocoa syndicated loan and Bank of Ghana's competent management of our resources. Mr. Speaker, these external sector developments resulted in a drawdown of the country's gross international reserves by $798 million to $6.8 billion at the end of September 2018. This was sufficient to provide for 3.6 months of interest cover compared to 3.9 months of cover in December 2017. Fiscal developments. Mr. Speaker, our overarching fiscal policy objective over the past 2 years has been to consolidate our public finances as a surer path to a declining debt burden. With this in mind, the 2018 budget set the overall fiscal balance as a primary anchor and targeted a reduction in the fiscal deficit from 4.8% of rebased GDP, 5.9% of old GDP in 2017 to 3.7% of rebased GDP, 4.5% of old GDP in 2018. At the same time, the fiscal framework was calibrated to yield a larger primary surplus relative to the 2017 outturn and ultimately lower the rate of debt accumulation. Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our fiscal policy objective for 2018, government presented a package of revenue measures to this august House during the mid-year fiscal review of the 2018 budget statement and economic policy. These measures took into consideration the need, first, to improve the sluggish revenue performance of the first 5 months of the year, and second, to address the low non-oil tax-to-GDP ratio as compared to peer middle-income economies. Specifically, GET Fund and NHIL were decoupled from the input-output VAT mechanism and converted into straight levies, with rates remaining at 2.5% each. A luxury vehicle levy was introduced, and an additional personal income tax band of income in excess of 10,000 Ghana cedis with a 35% tax rate. Mr. Speaker, provisional data on government fiscal operations from January to December 2018 indicates that domestic revenues grew by 15.9% on an annual basis and reached 31.7 billion compared to 27.3 billion during the same period in 2017. However, total revenue and grants was 9.5% below target. On the other hand, expenditures were generally lower than programmed, although some overruns were observed on specific expenditure lines, including use of goods and services and wages and salaries. These operations resulted in a fiscal deficit of 3% of rebased GDP compared to a deficit target of 2.6% of rebased GDP for the 9 months. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal deficit was financed from both domestic and external sources and included a drawdown in government deposits with the Bank of Ghana. Total domestic financing amounted to 4.2 billion, of which net financing from the domestic market operations amounted to 6.5 billion. Total net foreign financing amounted to 4.9 billion and included inflows from the issuance of the 2018 Eurobond. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance recorded a surplus of 1.5 billion, or 0.5% of rebased GDP, albeit lower than the target of 2.8%, 0.9% of rebased GDP. Petroleum receipts. Mr. Speaker, government receipts from crude oil liftings for the first 9 months of 2018 from Jubilee, TEN, and Sankofa fields amounted to 604 million. Mr. Speaker, out of petroleum receipts of 723.55 million, GMPC, the NOC, was allocated a total of $223.43 million US dollars, comprising equity financing costs of $149.72 million US dollars, and its share of the net carried and participating interest of 73.71 million units. The ABFA received a total of 176.33 million, while the GPFs received 323.79 million. Mr. Speaker, the nominal public debt stock at the end 2018 was 170.8 billion, comprising external and domestic debt of 86.6 billion and 84.1 billion respectively. The overall rate of debt accumulation in 2018 is 19.8%, driven primarily by the cost of the cleanup of the financial sector involving resolution of 7 defined banks. The rate of debt accumulation would have been 11.5%, the lowest in 10 years without the cleanup exercise. Mr. Speaker, public debt, including financial sector bailouts, as a percentage of GDP stood at 70.7% at the end of September, compared to 69.2% during the same period in 2017. The public debt, Mr. Speaker, however, excluding the financial sector cleanup, as a ratio of GDP, is 66.5%. In terms of the rebased GDP, the public debt to GDP is 57.2% and 53.9% excluding cleanup costs. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, we continue the cleanup of a heavily indebted energy sector. Following the establishment of the ESLA bond program in 2017, government has steadily settled over 5 billion cedis in legacy debt and age payables towards the goal of a financially viable and competitive power sector. An audit exercise is currently underway to validate the age payables that were not considered under the ESLA bond program. Once confirmed, government will intervene with a combination of cash and bonds to pay off the valid debts. This measure will improve the liquidity position of the energy sector SOEs and ensure long-term financial viability. Mr. Speaker, a total amount of 3.5 billion was programmed to be collected in energy sector levies in 2018. At the end of September 2018, an amount of 2.3 billion was collected and lodged into the established and other ESLA accounts. Mr. Speaker, from January to August 2018, a retap on the 10-year ESLA bond was effected with 615 million Ghana cedis and 264 million respectively, bringing the total value of ESLA bonds issued to 5.8 billion. Energy sector SOE debts amounting to approximately 5.6 billion have been settled to date from these proceeds. Partial securitization of mineral royalties. The 2018 budget announced government policy of securitizing future mineral royalties to support current developmental needs. In September, Parliament passed the Minerals Income Investment Fund Bill into law. The objective is to hold and manage the equity interests of government in mining companies and receive mineral royalties and rents due government. Accordingly, the fund will set up an SPV to raise funds by way of initial public offering through a dual listing on the Ghana and London stock exchanges. Government expects to raise up to $750 million from the IPO. The transaction advisors for the IPO have begun work in earnest. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the medium-term macroeconomic targets. Following our significant achievements in stabilizing the economy, government will continue to pursue prudent macroeconomic policies to provide a stable environment for expanding economic opportunities and for promoting inclusive and job-creating growth and development. Mr. Speaker, consistent with the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, we will pursue our growth objective without compromising fiscal consolidation. We will reduce the fiscal deficit to make the overall debt burden sustainable. We will pursue prudent monetary and external sector policies to keep inflation under control and achieve sector policies for favorable current account balance to underpin exchange rate stability. Mr. Speaker, we have set the following medium-term 2019-2022 macroeconomic targets consistent with our objectives. Overall real GDP to grow at an average of 7%, non-oil real GDP to grow at an average of 6.6%, inflation to be within the target band of 8 plus or minus 2%, overall fiscal deficit to remain within the fiscal rule of under 5% of GDP, the primary balance to be a surplus of at least 1% of GDP, and gross international reserve to cover at least 4 months of imports of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, based on the overall macroeconomic objective of sustaining and restoring macroeconomic stability and pursuing inclusive growth and job-creating programs, the following targets have been set for the 2019 fiscal year. Overall real GDP growth of 7.6%. Non-oil real GDP growth of 6.2%. End period inflation of 8%. Fiscal deficit of 4.2% of GDP. Primary surplus of 1.2% of GDP. And gross international reserves to cover not less than 3.5 months of imports covered. Mr. Speaker, we now provide details of the medium-term outlook for the real, fiscal, monetary, and external sectors of the economy. The real sector. Overall GDP is projected to grow by 7.6% in 2019, while non-oil GDP is projected to grow at 6.2%. In terms of sectorial growth, the agricultural sector is expected to grow by 7.3%, the industry sector 9.7%, and the services sector 6.1%. Mr. Speaker, to bolster our resolve to maintain fiscal discipline, government will soon submit a bill to this August House with the main objective of ensuring that the fiscal deficit is capped at 5% of GDP. Additionally, government will institute a fiscal council to further strengthen fiscal management. Resource mobilization for 2019. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants for 2019 is estimated at $58.9 billion, 17.1% of the rebased GDP, up from a projected outturn of $46.8 billion, 15.7% of rebased GDP. Domestic revenue is estimated at $57.8 billion, representing an annual growth of 25.5% over the projected outturn for 2018. Of this amount, non-oil tax revenue will constitute about 74.2% of domestic revenue and amount to 42.9 billion Ghana cedis. This estimate reflects the impact of expected improvements in tax compliance and reforms in revenue administration. Non-tax revenue, excluding oil, will amount to $6.5 billion, 1.9% of GDP in 2019, equivalent to 11.3% of total domestic revenue. Of this amount, $4.4 billion is expected to be retained by institutions as internally generated funds. In addition, as a result of the IGF capping, an amount of $282.2 million is expected to be paid into the consolidated fund. Receipts from upstream petroleum activities are projected at $5.4 billion in 2019, equivalent to 1.6% of GDP and representing 30.3% over the projected outturn for 2018. Grant disbursement from development partners are estimated at $1.1 billion, up from the projected outturn of 773.2 million Ghana cedis in 2018. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure, including clearance of arrears, is estimated at $73.4 billion, equivalent to 21.3% of GDP, representing a growth of 27% above the projected outturn for 2018. Expenditure on wages and salaries is forecasted at $19.4 billion, representing about 26.5% of total expenditure. The wage bill is anticipated to reduce to 5.6% of GDP from 5.9% projected outturn for 2018. Expenditure on goods and services is projected at $6.3 billion, representing 1.8% of GDP. The annual growth of 38.8% reflects a full provision made to cater for the government's priority programs, including the flagship free SHS policy. A total amount of $18.6 billion has been estimated for interest payments of public debt. Of this amount, domestic interest payments will constitute about 77.8% and amount to 14.5 billion Ghana cedis. Government in 2019 will continue to implement the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, to reduce budget rigidities and create fiscal space to fund growth-enhancing expenditures. In this regard, transfers to statutory funds as well as all other earmark funds are estimated at $13.8 billion, equivalent to 4% of GDP compared to 3.5% in 2018. Capital expenditure is projected at $8.5 billion, equivalent to 2.5% of GDP, and a growth of 55.7% over the 2018 projected outturn. Of this amount, domestically financed capital expenditure is estimated at $3.2 billion, or 0.9% of GDP. An amount of $5.3 billion has been budgeted for foreign finance capital expenditure, and this will be funded by a combination of project grants and loans. Mr. Speaker, based on the estimates for total revenue and grants and total expenditure, the 2019 fiscal operations will result in an overall budget deficit of $14.5 billion, equivalent to 4.2% of GDP. Financing of the fiscal deficit will be from both domestic and foreign sources. Net foreign financing will amount to $9.7 billion, including a planned sovereign bond issuance of $9.6 billion. Total domestic financing is estimated at $4.8 billion. This will result in primary surplus of 1.2% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, the benchmark crude oil price for 2019 has been projected at $66.76 per barrel, in line with the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, Amendment 2015 PRMA Act 893. The gas price for 2019 is also projected at $3.99 per million BTUs. The 2019 benchmark revenue crude oil output is 63.4 million barrels, 173 1,764 barrels of oil per day. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is proposing to this August House to allow it to exclude gas revenues to the tune of $181.80 million from the projected revenues for 2019, as we devise ways of getting VRA to pay for the gas supplied by Ghana Gas. Furthermore, as a measure to minimize the amount of gas produced in the SGN field for power production, government has decided to postpone the extraction of its share of the gas resources, royalties, and carried and participating interest until such a time that we line up off-takers to consume the gas in here. These are prudential measures and should not be misconstrued to mean that the ministry will not be pursuing the VRA's gas bills as required by the PRMA. Mr. Speaker, if this House grants us this request, the projected petroleum revenue for 2019 will amount to $1.1 billion. This is made up of royalties of $227.1 million, carried and participating interest of $602.8 million, carried income tax $249.6 million, and surface rentals of $1.1 million. Of this amount, $404.9 million will be ceded to the NOC for its equity financing costs, $320.1 million, and share of the net carried and participating interest, $84.8 million. $473 million allocated to the ABFA, while the GPFs receive $202.7 million. The GPF's receipts will be distributed between the Ghana Civilization Fund and the Ghana Heritage Fund. Mr. Speaker, consistent with His Excellency the President's vision of transforming the Ghanaian economy, creating prosperity and job opportunities for all, and moving us to a Ghana beyond aid in 2017 and 2018, we launched a number of flagship programs that have yielded significant results. In 2019, government will consolidate and build on these programs. Mr. Speaker, rather than the traditional presentation of sectorial performance and outlook, the rest of my presentation is organized so as to highlight the key pillars of our 2019 budget, which takes bold and fundamental steps towards the President's vision. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement and economic policy for the 2019 financial year provides a detailed account of sectorial performance in 2018 and outlook for 2019. Here, I focus on 6 strategic pillars that build on the flagship programs and achievements of the past 2 years. Mr. Speaker, strategic pillars of the 2019 budget are infrastructure, agriculture modernization, industrialization, entrepreneurship, improving efficiency in revenue mobilization, and protecting the public purse, and social interventions. Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure, both hard and soft, is the backbone of economic development and growth, as well as a source of jobs and wealth for a majority of people. In a rapidly changing global marketplace, traditional infrastructure like electricity and power, transport and logistics, water and sanitation, roads, highways, and railways have combined with new, mostly soft infrastructure like digitization of government services to enable emerging economies like ours leapfrog the development path to prosperity. Mr. Speaker, this government
to vote for your favorite GMB 2018 contestant is in your hands. This is the life. Download the Ghana's Most Beautiful app from the Google Play Store and follow these simple steps to vote and enjoy the life. 1. Click vote on the picture of the contestant you want to vote for. 2. Click on vote by mobile money. 3. Select a voting plan. 4. Select your mobile network. 5. Enter your mobile money number. 6. Click on vote. And finally, confirm your vote by entering the mobile money PIN on your wallet. Remember, voting with the GMB app gives you a whopping 15% discount. This means you spend only 45 pesos per vote. Download the GMB app now and vote more to win amazing prizes such as tabletop fridges, gas cookers, and TV sets. TV3, Ghana's Most Beautiful, redefining beauty to promote national unity.
I hear Quanta Obuasi. That I know I'm so and so. Nina here, I will say so. Nina here, Chachre. Okonkwa Noche Obuakwa. Swami Interchange. Opori Chrome Interchange. Manshia Submetro. Swami Submetro. Tafu Prakrano Submetro. Asokwa Submetro. Kwada So Submetro. Opori Chrome Subin Submetro. Inshiaso. Bantama, Mampong Inner City Roads, Wrong Ahapo. Sunyane Inner City Roads, Tepa Mayampo, Brekum Inner City Roads, Duaya and Quanta, Udumase Sekwa and Quanta, Vidiako Kasapi Camp 15, Kwaben Abomosu Swam Eastern Region, Kwaben Ekropom, New Abrem of Wase Akemodan, Achem and Kasa Town Roads, Achem from Ponso, Mampon Kofiase, Irian Quanta Obuase, Kese Krum Adembra, Kofodua Interchange, Akroso Asaman Kese, Western Region, Christia Inner City Roads, Benchima Adwafia, Asankrabwa Agona Sefia Bupai, Central Region, Awakrom Amisano, Chopo Praso, Esikuma, Dunkwa, Akotoche Road, Amamamo Area Roads, Apura New Community Area, Western Region, Cape Coast Polytechnic Road, Apausika Roads and Links, Agona Swedro Inner City Roads, and Kamu Achiasi Swedro, Swedro Borgiase Adeso. Other selected Cape Coast Inner City Roads, Northern Region, Tamale Interchange, Nalerego Bumprugu Road, Tamale Salaga Bimbila, Yendi Tatale, Karaga Kushebu, Wulego Pasenkawa, Upper West, Laura Hantumu, Laura Depe Bridge, Tooth Lagos and the man we are say Upper East, Navrango Naga Upper East, Volta, Jessica Dodo Pepase Quanta, Ave Hohoi Inner City Roads, Accra City Roads, Taifa, Burkina, Nkatia, Bega, Dome, Pabenya Mosque. Crystal Asapu area roads, Taifa. Pure water roads and links, Pabenya. Farm Milk Road, Anya, Edujamfi Road. Selected roads in Anya, Apostle Safu Onyinansi Road, Pentecost University Road, Omanjo to Olebu, Abiesi Road to Abulekuma. Order. Inland Area Road to Soutum, Racecourse Medical Center Road, selected roads in Bawe, Nana Krum Santoa Sherman Roads, Adenta Dodoa Road, Opranko Hospital Link Road, Abensu Piama Taxi Road, Israel Junction, Sound Foundation, Blue Gates, Eyebua Street, Nia Krama, Trubu Amasamai. Partial construction of North Ofanko, Jontai Bypass. Partial construction of Yellow House and Links, Trubu Amasaman. Partial construction of Asafo, Amamoli Road and Links, Trubu Amasaman. Poultry Farm Road, Trubu Amasaman. Drainage construction, Confidence and Veterinary, South Ofanko. Demo Road, Lejekuku. Alo Hato Malik Road, Lejekuku. Baptist School area, Sea Lady Road, Teshinov Bypass Road, and Givada Office Complex. Mr. Speaker, in line with our commitment to complete roads projects commenced under the previous administration, the following ongoing projects will also be financed. Bridge on the Volta River at Order. Bridge on the Volta River at Volivo. In Sawam, Apeja Road. Bogatanga, Boku, for Makom. Panta, Otidamango. Otidamango, Napanduri. Rekum to Siaka Road. Inchi to the Diaso. Dualization of whole main roads, whole bypass, Kumasi roads, and drainage extension project. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the above, in 2019, government in partnership with the private sector through PPP arrangements will undertake various projects including the Accra-Takoradi Highway dualization, the Accra-Tema Motorway and Accra-Kumasi Highway dualization. Mr. Speaker, now let me turn my attention to the development of the railway infrastructure. Government in 2018 commenced the rehabilitation of the existing 56-kilometer narrow gauge line from Kojokrom to Takwa through Insuta corridor to restore passenger rail and freight services for the first time since 2007. This will be completed in 2019. Mr. Speaker, work also commenced on rehabilitation works on the 70-kilometer narrow gauge sections of the Eastern Railway line from Accra to Nsawam and Accra to Tema. The Achimota to Tema section is 90% complete, and Achimota to Accra Central and Achimota to Nsawam will be completed by end of 2018. Rehabilitation will continue to Kofodua in 2019. Mr. Speaker, the feasibility studies for the proposed 596-kilometer greenfield railway line from Kumasi to Paka, popularly known as the Central Spine, has been undertaken. Phase 1 from Kumasi to Buepe section will commence in 2019. Mr. Speaker, the following feasibility studies commence and will be pursued in 2019. Rail link on a BOT basis between the Tema Port and Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso. Development of metro light rail transit system in Accra and Kumasi, such as the recently signed Accra SkyTrain project. Trans-ECOWAS line from Aflawo through Cape Coast to Elubo, and redevelopment of the central line from Kotoku in Greater Accra region to Huni Valley in the Western region. Mr. Speaker, the railway location workshop also at Esikado is being modernized and equipped and will be completed in 2019 to become a one-stop workshop to serve the railway, mining, petroleum, and agriculture industries. We are confident, Mr. Speaker, that 2019 will relaunch the railway system in Ghana after some 50 years of inactivity. Mr. Speaker, we intend to put $1 billion behind this project. Mr. Speaker, it is of major concern to government that in this day and age of many of our people do not have access to potable water. As such, under the Water for All agenda, we will ensure the continuous expansion of urban water systems in the country. Systems to be expanded in 2019 and over the medium term include the Pond Water Supply Expansion Project, Phase 2, Aqua Africa Water Project, Yendi Water Project, Damango Water Project, Wenchi Techiman Water Project, Tamale Water Supply Expansion Project, Sunyani Water Project, Sekendi Takrade, and the Siama Water Projects. In 2019, government will lay 190 kilometers of pipeline across the country. We'll also construct 9 water systems, each in the northern and central regions, 5 in Brong-Ahafo region, and 2 in Upper West region. Additionally, government will construct 12 fully reticulated small town pipe systems and 6 limited mechanized systems in the Volta region. Mr. Speaker, as part of the overall strategy to position Ghana as a transport and logistics hub, government continued to develop the port infrastructure through the construction of new container terminals at the Tema port to increase container handling capacity, provide additional berths, reduce waiting time, and ensure quick access to the port. The first berth, with a depth weight capacity of 16 meters, is 42% complete and is scheduled to be operational by 2019. Mr. Speaker, to develop the Takoradi Port as an oil and gas hub, government will commence the development and operation of an on-dock container multi-purpose terminal with a container quay of 16-meter draft to accommodate bigger vessels. The first phase of the dry bulk jetty, which involved the construction of the 600-meter quay wall, was completed. The second phase of an additional 200-meter quay wall will commence in 2019. Government also facilitated the construction of the Anloga fish landing site to enhance the productivity of fishers. In addition, detailed construction designs and environmental impact assessment studies were completed for landing sites at Teshi, Axim, Winneba, Manford, and a fishing harbor complex at Jamestown. Actual construction on these landing sites, as well as the Phase 2 of the Anomabo Fisheries College, will commence in 2019. Government has completed the first phase of the Elmina Fishing Port Rehabilitation and Expansion Project, which includes upgrading the existing fishing port, as well as the construction of a new port of the basin area and a quay wall for vessels to moor and offload. The second phase of the project, which will commence in 2019, will entail the construction of new facilities such as shed for the fish market, fishing net mending, and the construction of a new slipway for bigger vessels with a boat refurbishment area. To complement the multimodal transport system and support the movement of people and goods within the sub-region, the ministry commenced work on the Kumasi Airport Phase 2 project to upgrade it to a real international airport. The works include extension of the runway from the current 1,981 meters to 2,300 meters. Construction of new terminal building to handle 1 million passengers per year and other ancillary works. The project is expected to be 30% complete by the end of 2018. Implementation will continue in 2019. Mr. Speaker, work on Tamale Airport Phase 2 received regulatory approvals for the construction of a new terminal building and will serve the Sahelian region. In 2019, the contract agreement will be finalized and construction works commence. The project is expected to be 65% complete by the end of 2019. Finally, Mr. Speaker, government has given approval for the establishment of a home-based airline with private sector participation to provide regional and intercontinental services for efficient movement of people, goods, services, as well as to promote tourism. Strategic investors will be engaged, and the airline is expected to commence operations in 2019. Mr. Speaker, to address the inadequate health facilities that continue to bedevil our fellow Ghanaians, government has received parliamentary approval for a $50 million US loan to complete Phase 2 of the University of Ghana Medical School, which is awaiting the conclusion of a value for money audit. Government has converted the whole regional hospital to a teaching hospital. We have commenced the process for upgrading the Hohoi Municipal Hospital to a regional hospital. Government will construct a total of 15 CHIP compounds, 2 in Greater Accra, 5 in Brown and Hartford, 2 in Ashanti, and 3 in Easton. And will construct 1 district hospital and 5 polyclinics in Western region and equip 4 selected facilities in the Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, structural work on the new 500-bed military hospital at Afari near Kumasi is about 65% complete, and full completion expected in 2019. In 2019, work will also start on the 3rd phase of the 37 military hospital project in Accra. Mr. Speaker, to boost housing supply and strengthen coastal protection, government will continue to work on several projects such as the Saglemi Housing Project, where 4,100 or 5,000 homes will be completed in 2019, and the Kopkos, Anomabo, and Ayanua Keta Coastal Protection Works, Government Affordable Housing Project at Asokore Mampong for 1,300 housing units is 90% complete. As announced in the 2018 budget statement, work has been completed for the start of the pilot phase of the mortgage and housing finance market scheme in November 2018. An amount of 40 million Ghana cedis has been released to the pilot phase, which will leverage additional private sector funds, 40 million from pensions, insurance, collective investment schemes through selected commercial banks. Mr. Speaker, a vibrant mortgage and housing finance ecosystem is key to social equity, economic development, and job creation. To scale up this initiative in 2019, government had committed to, Mr. Speaker, a billion CD Ghana mortgage and housing finance fund, which will be seeded with a minimum of 100 million Ghana cedis every fiscal year over the next 5 years. This effort will support private sector in expanding access to housing and deepen the local mortgage and construction finance market. The focus on fixing the financial system to support home ownership by a large segment of the populace is critical in government's effort to enter into a social compact with labor. Government, through State Housing Company, is looking to partner with various private sector developers to deliver housing across the country in every region and to complete all the uncompleted housing projects across the country. By encouraging the delivery of more homes under a variety of demand-driven initiatives such as lower mortgage interest rates, rent-to-own schemes, dedicated income deductions for home ownership, and lowering the cost of home delivery, the Ministry of Works and Housing seeks to create a housing market that works for everyone, meeting the diverse housing needs of our country. Mr. Speaker, every citizen deserves to aspire for a roof over their head, and this government seeks to make this possible. Mr. Speaker, a total of 50 units of townhouses and 24 units of flats at Roman Ridge will be completed by the end of the year for public and civil servants under the redevelopment program. Starting in 2019 and over the medium term, about 200,000 housing units of various types will commence in all the regional capitals and participating constituencies in the country towards reducing the national housing deficit of over $1.7 million. To mitigate accommodation and housing deficit in the military, the government continued the SNIT housing projects at various garrisons in Accra, Temaho, Tamale, and Sekondi, Takoradi, and expects completion in 2019. The first phase of the full 16-unit housing projects under the Barracks Regeneration Project will be completed and commissioned before the end of this year, and the second phase will commence in 2019. The second phase of the Security Agency's housing projects, comprising 368,000 units for the Ghana Navy, has been completed. The phase 3, comprising 320 housing units for the Ghana Police Service, has commenced and will continue in 2019. Mr. Speaker, in connecting Ghana through digitization and communication, government established 400 telephony sites to provide voice signals to 2,000 unserved communities to bridge the digital divide and ensure nationwide coverage by 2020. In 2019, government will deploy an additional 600 telephony sites to provide voice signals to 1,800 communities where coverage is limited or non-existent due to the inability of existing licensed operators to expand their network. The construction of the ICT Technology Park to provide multi-tenant infrastructure at Dawa through a PPP arrangement is ongoing and is expected to be completed in 2019. Mr. Speaker, we'll put more resources behind fintech in the ensuing year. Mr. Speaker, a concessionaire has been selected to assume responsibility of ECG's core business of power distribution and shall be required to invest $500 million in the network to improve efficiency and reduce commercial and technical losses. Mr. Speaker, the rural electrification program will be continued in 2019 using conductors and cables from local manufacturing companies. The move is to support the local manufacturing industry and boost employment. Government undertakes to complete the extension of electricity to the whole country and is committed to work with local banks and entrepreneurs that are ready to invest in the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our belief in investing in human capital, education is about to witness the largest capital expenditure in the sector for any single year in the last 50 years. In the last 50 years, government will continue to ensure that these investments lead to an increase in resources for the educational sector. Government has presented to Parliament a proposal to secure up to $1.5 billion long-term financing for GET Fund on the back of a portion of VAT receivables as prescribed in Act 581, and which will be issued in 3 tranches of $500 million each. This will be used for critical education infrastructure, especially to complete the numerous uncompleted buildings in secondary and tertiary institutions around the country. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, government will commence work to upgrade 10 technical universities, polytechnics, and 13 technical institutes with modern equipment, and also train selected lecturers of these institutions. To further develop the TVET subsector, we will commence the construction of 20 state-of-the-art TVET centers, as well as upgrade and retool 34 vocational training institutes in 2019. In addition, 2 new centers in foundry and machining will be constructed. Mr. Speaker, as part of its efforts to promote science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM education across all levels, government will in 2019 roll out the B-STEM program in 7,000 basic schools across the country. Construct 10 STEM centers, initiate the development of a knowledge cloud to make educational materials content accessible to all, and provide multimedia laboratories as well as internet connectivity to cover many schools. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, government also cut short for the construction of a multi-purpose youth resource centers in every region of the country. Construction work has started at all the sites and at various levels of completion. These centers will provide space for youth engagement, recreation, and centers of learning and sports. Mr. Speaker, under the Zongo Development Fund, 5 recreational parks were completed for use at Volga, Salaga, Yeji, Tafukumasi, and Akemoda. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the several projects in agriculture, warehouses, dams and dugouts, supply of ambulances, building of water and sanitation facilities and markets, in 2019, IPEP, through the development authorities, will go into full drive in the supply and delivery of constituency-specific infrastructure, including drainage systems, footbridges, renovation of schools, community town centers, reshaping of roads, among others. The National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, on March 6, 2017, the 60th year of our independence, the President cut the sword for the construction of the National Cathedral for the country. That will provide a space for national events, Christian nature. A national monument, the cathedral, will house impressive chapels and baptistry, 5,000-seat main auditorium, expandable to 15,000 people for national events and celebrations. It will include, among others, a grand central hall, a music hall, and will house Africa's first ever Bible museum and documentation center. The National Cathedral project will also bequeath to the country a gracious national park for all Ghanaians, bring new skills, technology, and jobs to the country, and will act as a beacon to national, regional, and international spiritual tourists. Mr. Speaker, the state is facilitating this process by providing the land, the secretariat, and some seed money for the preparatory phase. Mr. Speaker, the President is determined that the building of the National Cathedral would not put undue financial burden on the state. He has therefore proposed a partnership between the state and the Ghanaian Christian community, both at home and in the diaspora. The formal launch of this national fundraising campaign is slated for December 28, 2018 in Ghana and February 2019 in the US. The National Cathedral Partnership Framework operationalizes and indeed is a practical expression of the social partnership envisaged to foster participatory development of country as our collective goal. This, we hope, Mr. Speaker, will be counted as righteousness for the nation. Mr. Speaker, the Creative Arts Industry Bill is now in Parliament for deliberation and passage into law. The Creative Arts Fund is incorporated in the bill to ensure the economic viability of the creative arts sector in the economy. In addition, Government in 2019 will pursue the passing of a legislative instrument to establish a secretariat for the National Film Authority and will also facilitate the construction of an ultra-modern film production studio to attract international film community. Mr. Speaker, government has also identified and acquired 200 acres of land to support a village for the creative arts. To commemorate the 400 years of slavery, a delegation led by His Excellency the President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo went to declare 2019 as the year of return in September this year. The Ghana Tourism Authority is leading this campaign that will see a great number of African diaspora from the United States of America, the Caribbean, and the United Kingdom return to Ghana on a pilgrimage to promote heritage tourism in 2019. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the government will support the development authorities to deliver the following projects. The Northern Development Zone will benefit from the construction of 20 irrigation dams to support all year-round farming, 15 warehouses for storage of grains and cereals, 200 culverts, rehabilitation of 200 kilometers of farm roads, 170 tricycles to transport share nuts, 85 new 6-unit classrooms, blocks of ancillary facilities, renovation of 114 classroom blocks, and provision of 162 units of motor tricycle ambulances and 28 rural centers. The Middle Belt Development Zone will also implement the following projects: construction of 30 small town water systems, 300 culverts, establishment of 33 industrial enclaves, 30 small town markets, 15 small irrigation dams, 15 warehouses, irrigation of 300 kilometers of farm access roads, establishment of 18 agriculture and business incubation centers, and 30 community development centers. In the Coastal Development Zone, the following projects will also be delivered: the establishment of 10 agriculture centers, 4 fish and shrimp farm enclaves, provision of street light, construction of 10 small town water systems, 100 culverts, and provision of 200,000 school furniture. In addition, the 4 regions, Volta, Greater Accra, Central, Western region within the zone will benefit from the construction of 20 teachers' quarters each, 20 small bridges, 5 drainage systems, 4 waste recycling plants, 10 rural health centers, and rehabilitation of 300 kilometers of farm roads and feeder roads. Youth and sports. Mr. Speaker, sports continues to be one of the key unifying factors in our country, bringing all of us together as one, irrespective of our differences. I am pleased to announce, Mr. Speaker, that Ghana is currently hosting the Confederation of African Football Women's Nations Cup, and we have also, Mr. Speaker, won the bid to host the 2023 All Africa Games. Mr. Speaker, the Accra Sports Stadium has been renovated after a decade of neglect. Finally, sports-loving Ghanaians can go to the Accra Stadium and safely watch their favorite teams play. Government has additionally invested in 10 youth and sports centers of excellence in Accra, excellence in each of the 10 regions of Ghana, which are at various stages of development. In all, Mr. Speaker, we intend to spend over $2.5 billion in infrastructure in 2019. Mr. Speaker, 34% of our workforce is in agriculture. Therefore, if we can raise productivity and incomes in agriculture, we can positively impact the lives of millions of Ghanaians. Expanded and reliable production of agricultural produce will form a very important base for our industrialization. Drive, create modern jobs, expand our exports, and reduce the amount of foreign exchange we spend on food imports. Following a year of implementation of the Planting for Food and Jobs program, the agricultural sector witnessed a growth rate of 8.4% in 2017. This was after almost a decade of erratic sector performance of an average growth rate of 3.4%. On account of this massive success, government implemented an expanded version of the Planting for Food and Jobs in 2018 with more ambitious targets. Compared to a target of 500,000 farmers, a total of 577,000 farmers were supplied with subsidized fertilizers and seed for the 2018 cropping season, and we expect another highly successful year. In 2019, we plan, Mr. Speaker, to expand the program to cover 1 million farmers. Never before, Mr. Speaker, in our history, since the cocoa industry, have we given so much prominence to our farmers. In 2019, government will launch the livestock model of Planting for Food and Jobs called Rearing for Food and Jobs, with the objective of increasing the production of selected livestock, especially poultry. Mr. Speaker, we believe we can leverage the PFJ and the RFJ programs and our other efforts in agriculture to reduce our large imports. As a country, we spend over $2 billion every year importing food. For example, we import over $1 billion of rice, $320 million of sugar, $374 million of poultry. Most of these, Mr. Speaker, we could produce here, creating jobs and saving foreign exchange. It is therefore a key goal of government to replace a significant fraction of these imports with domestic production in the medium term. Mr. Speaker, in the case of rice, the strategy is to increase volumes through increased yields of rice by expanding production areas in irrigated schemes, valleys and lowlands around the country. The strategy will be underpinned by making available to farmers improved and certified seeds, subsidized fertilizers, enhanced access to mechanized harvesters to reduce post-harvest losses due to traditional labor-intensive threshing, and encourage private sector investment in milling facilities. This will ensure we'll be a par of imported rice. Mr. Speaker, we are procuring some $200 million to support irrigation around the country. In the case of poultry, about 70% of the cost of production comes from feed, which in turn is primarily determined by the cost and availability In the case of poultry, about 70% of the cost of production comes from feed, which in turn is primarily sustainably boost soybean production in the country through provision of improved and certified seed, subsidized fertilizer, and harvest equipment to reduce field losses. Mr. Speaker, adequate good storage for agricultural produce is a challenge that we must address to avoid a situation where the increased agricultural production arising from our support to farmers ends up going waste. In 2019, government expects to increase its warehouse storage capacity by around 80,000 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, world cocoa prices remain low after declining by a third in 2017-2018 season. Government maintained producer price at 7,600 Ghana cedis per ton to ensure that farmers did not suffer loss of income and purchased 904,000 metric tons of cocoa in the 2017-2018 season. This season, government maintained the producer price at 7,600 Ghana cedis per ton and planned to purchase at least 900,000 tons. We need, Mr. Speaker, to add value to our cocoa output. Ghana and our neighbor Cote d'Ivoire produce around 60% of the world's cocoa, but we earn, Mr. Speaker, only $6 billion of the world cocoa value chain of some $125 billion, just 5%. Through the Ghana Cote d'Ivoire Cocoa Initiative, government is working on international cocoa consumption, an initiative for market expansion for exports of cocoa products to Asia, and provision of incentives to the private sector to set up cocoa processing factories. Mr. Speaker, we have, as part of our strategy to revamp the agricultural sector, also placed focus on the tree crop subsector. I'm pleased to announce the Cabinet has approved the formation of the Ghana Tree Crop Development Authority to regulate and create a favorable environment for the growth and development of that sector. The authority will initially regulate the cashew, shea nut butter, oil palm, and rubber crop subsectors in Ghana, with other tree crops added as and when necessary. The technical committee constituted to lead this has commenced work and is expected to submit a draft bill for Parliament's consideration at the end of the first quarter next year. In addition to the efforts under the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, our One Village, One Dam project under our IPEP program, which provides dams and dugout irrigation schemes, will help expand agricultural production, particularly, Mr. Speaker, in the north. In 2019, we will continue the construction of the 570 small dams and dugouts under IPEP. I'm pleased to inform this August House that President Akufo-Addo when he launched the Ghana Commodity Exchange, committed that the exchange will become a new pillar of the financial system in Ghana and will promote private sector investments in West Africa. Mr. Speaker, almost 20 years ago, in 1990, 28 years ago in 1990, we launched the Ghana Stock Exchange with a market capitalization of 3 million Ghana cedis. Today, Mr. Speaker, it has 41 companies listed, and the market capitalization is $58 billion, equivalent more than the GDP of our country. So this small seed that the President launched in opening the commodity exchange, we should expect great things for agriculture and our farming community. It is, Mr. Speaker, the first in West Africa and one of the 3 in Africa, and will establish linkages between agricultural commodity producers and buyers to secure competitive prices for their products, to assure the market quantity and quality of products, and timely settlement of trade. This is to support the government of Ghana's drive to promote agriculture through planting for food and jobs and one district, one factory. The associated warehouse receipts can also develop into a tradable security, and we are hopeful our financial system will take up that initiative. Mr. Speaker, to help manage the risk in agriculture and stimulate private sector lending to the agriculture sector, government is establishing the Ghana Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for agricultural lending. An amount of 400 million Ghana cedis with an additional funding of $14 million from Africa Development Bank has been set aside to operationalize GERSAL in 2019. GERSAL aims to provide guarantees to promote commercial bank lending to the agricultural sector. Industrialization. Mr. Speaker, our industrialization efforts are aimed and adding value to our agricultural produce and natural resources, and on leveraging our competitive advantage based on our growing and increasingly educated youth. We will support the development of agro-processing, mainly through the One District, One Factory program, taking advantage.
Honorable members,
taking advantage, Mr. Speaker, of the increased agricultural production engendered by the PFJ and RFJ. By the end of the year, a total of 79 factories in 9 regions of the country will be at various stages of construction or operations under the 1D1F scheme. Many of the supported factories are processing our agricultural produce in ready-to-consume forms that have previously largely been imported. In 2019, the scheme will continue to partner with private financial institutions to fund our factories, expand the geographic reach of the program. In particular, 1D1F will support feed mills and chicken processing facilities in the poultry industry. On adding value to our natural resources, our main focus will be on leveraging our huge bauxite resources to develop a comprehensive aluminium industry and also starting development of a petrochemical industry to add value to our oil and gas output. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has long produced aluminium at Valco, but imports the alumina, the middle step between bauxite and aluminium. To remove this anomaly, government is spearheading the establishment of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation. GIDEC will identify strategic partners for the extraction and mining of our bauxite reserves, creating an integrated aluminium industry. Mr. Speaker, in line with this vision, Valco will next year fully run 2 out of its 5 port lines to increase output from 40,000 to 80,000 tons with associated revenue of 160 million. Will represent 40% utilization of the 200,000 ton per annum installed capacity of the smelter, enough to at least break even and to serve as an off-taker alumina foam, the guided down the line. Government will also restructure Valco to bring in private sector participation. We exported over 2.8 billion worth of crude oil in 2017, but still imported 1.7 billion of refined petroleum products such as petrol. Government will in 2019 begin the groundwork for the establishment of a petrochemicals hub. The hub will process our gas into petrochemical products, including fertilizer, for the domestic and West African sub-regional markets. This will be accomplished by developing major infrastructure for refining, discharging, storing, distributing, and trading petroleum products. Mr. Speaker, government will provide further support for industrialization through the One Region, One Park program. Government will be partnering with the private sector through PPPs to develop a number of industrial parks, including the Greater Kumasi Industrial City and special economic zones, which will cover some 5,000 acres and incorporate the inland port at Bonkra. Over the past 2 years, government has laid strong foundations for industrialization through critical infrastructure investments and industrial programs such as the One District, One Factory Idea program and the stimulus package for distressed industrial businesses. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, government worked with private financiers to provide additional support for industrialization through the stimulus package for distressed industrial businesses. In 2018, the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the participating financial institutions disbursed 227 million cedis to 14 companies. An additional 34 companies are under consideration for this program. Mr. Speaker, in addition to these, government will further pursue industrialization along a 10-point plan that prioritizes key industrial subsectors for investment. These include automotive and vehicle assembly, pharmaceuticals, garments and textiles, vegetable oil and fats, industrial starch, industrial chemicals, iron and steel. Government has already signed MOUs with 3 automobile companies, Volkswagen, Nissan, and Sinotruk, towards the establishment of assembly plants in Ghana. Additionally, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, in collaboration with the government of Poland under the African-Polish Cooperation Framework, will benefit from a 100 million concessionary credit facility to establish an assembly and manufacturing plant for tractors, modern agricultural equipment and machinery for both the Ghana and ECOWAS markets. This will support the government's industrial transformation agenda, particularly in respect of rural industrialization. The 1D1F program is a key pillar of agro-industrialization. Many of the supported factories are processing agricultural produce into ready-to-consume forms that have previously largely been imported. We'll continue to scale the program impact. In 2019, 1DIF will enhance the PFG and RFG efforts in poultry by ensuring that there are feed mills and chicken processing facilities to industrialize the value chain. Mr. Speaker, government will in 2019 begin the groundwork for the establishment of a petrochemical hub. This will process gas from gas produced locally in petrochemical products and fertilizers for the domestic and West African sub-region. This will be accomplished by developing major infrastructure for refining, discharging, storage, and trading. Ghana, Mr. Speaker, used to have a textile industry that employed around 30,000 people. But in recent years, the industry has fallen on hard times, and now the number employed is only 5,000. It is government's aim to revive this industry, which could be a big source of employment. So in order to curtail smuggling and counterfeiting, which have been undermining the industry, we will extend the tax stamp policy to the textile products. Further, to make industry price competitive, government will zero-rate VAT on the supply of locally made textile for a period of 3 years. Mr. Speaker, work on the establishment of the National Development Bank to focus on industry and agriculture progressed steadily in 2018. A technical committee appointed by government has completed this work and has proposed, among others, that the institution should be set up as a completely new institution. Government has accepted the recommendations and set up a project team to operationalize the recommendations in order to launch the bank in 2019. Mr. Speaker, government in 2019 would invest over $1 billion in industry to support 1D1F, to support the stimulus package, to support industrial manufacturing hubs, to create strategic export zones, to create the largest industrial effort in our history in the past 50 years. Mr. Speaker, government will also encourage and promote Ghanaian participation in renewable energy with focus on assembling and manufacturing. The Ministry of Finance and Energy will collaborate and present proposals for incentives for consideration for this House. Agenda 2030. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development is expected to address the 3 interconnected elements of sustainable development: economic development, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability, and calls for deliberate steps to ensure that Ghana will be fully Agenda 2030 compliant, leading to the accelerated and transformative general well-being of every Ghanaian. As co-chair of the UN Eminent Group of SDG advocates, His Excellency the President is keen to ensure that Ghana leads the way in achieving Agenda 2030 through developing policies that promote sustainability. Among other green initiatives, we will in 2019 work with the Ministry of Energy to introduce tax-free solutions for full electrical vehicles in order to promote a technology shift from fossil fuel-based vehicles, which is a major global source of climate change gases, and from diesel vehicles, which is a significant source for local air pollution and poses significant health challenges to our people. Globally, Mr. Speaker, cities such as Hamburg, Oslo, and London are introducing car and diesel-free zones to improve quality of life. The UK, India, France, and other countries are planning a ban on the sale of new petrol and diesel vehicles from 2020. A successful transition will require a public-private partnership in installing necessary infrastructure for electrical charging. Mr. Speaker, Ghana cannot be left behind to become the dumping site for environmentally harmful products. We must be bold in developing policies that embrace these technological shifts. Mr. Speaker, plastic waste continues to be a major challenge in the area of sanitation. To address this, the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, MESTI, is in the process of finalizing a new national plastic waste policy, which will focus on strategies to promote reduction, reuse, and recycling. I urge our industrial sector partners to work with us to come up with alternative eco-friendly products from our natural resources. The integrated e-waste management program has been launched and will, among other things, ensure the management of e-waste in an environmentally sound manner and turn the challenges of e-waste management in Ghana into green business opportunities. The program will lead to the creation of over 20,000 direct jobs through the establishment of a national e-waste recycling facility, associated holding centers in each region, and collection centers in each of the 216 districts. 254 districts. Mr. Speaker, our economic transformation agenda continues to have the private sector at its core, and we have in the past 22 months built the fundamental structures to support a buoyant and flourishing private sector. We have provided a stable macroeconomic environment with interest rates trending down, improved access to credit, with credit to the private sector increasing by 13% compared to 7.9% in September 2017, ensured stability in exchange rates, and stabilized electricity supply, reducing the per kilowatt hour charge to industries by 30%. We resolve to do more to support the private sector. This is in recognition of the fact that a thriving private sector means more jobs opportunities for our youth, more tax for government, and ultimately a barrier. We will continue with our prudent economic management in order, Mr. Speaker, to ensure an even more stable environment for private sector growth. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to improve the attractiveness of Ghana as an investment destination. And Mr. Speaker, with the assistance of the Business Development Ministry and new credit facilities that we have arranged, there will be at least $100 million of new resources for entrepreneurs and for various programs that the Business Development Ministry would embark on. We are also, Mr. Speaker, in partnership with a number of banks to look at promotion of entrepreneurs in 2019. In 2019, the Ministry of Trade will also prioritize and fast-track the implementation of the Business Regulatory Reform Program, including the legislative and administrative reforms to further improve Ghana's performance in the Doing Business Index. In addition, An online electronic register will be launched in 2019. It will document all business-related laws, regulations, administrative notices, procedures, and fees. This will provide open and transparent access to business regulations in Ghana. We continue to achieve marked success in our investment promotion drive. As of December this year, the Ghana Promotion Investment Center had registered 93% of the targeted businesses for foreign participants. Mr. Speaker, GIPC is well advanced to achieve its target of $5 billion of FDI for 2018 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, attracting foreign direct investment into our country is critical for growth and regional competitiveness. To make the country more attractive for FDI, government intends to make Ghana a member of the Africa Trade Insurance Agency. This will provide opportunities for investors to benefit from investment, trade, and political risk insurance when investing in the country. The membership will also lessen the request for sovereign guarantee by some institutional investors from government, as they now have the option to access risk cover from the ATI. Government has approved this initiative, and the membership treaty is before Parliament for ratification. As part of the Compact of Africa, government has secured a grant of $18.4 million from KfW to pay for our shares. Mr. Speaker, our government is also deepening our regional and global trade links and believes increased trade is a means to boost industry and economic growth in Ghana and across the continent. To this end, in March, Ghana signed the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which seeks to create a single market for goods and services in Africa. Mr. Chairman, Parliament ratified this agreement, and Ghana, led by the Minister of Trade and Industry, was the first country, Lord, to ratify this agreement. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the National Board for Small-Scale Industries, with support from the Rural Enterprise Program, assists 1,078 micro and small enterprises to access institutional credit, whilst 2,200 training programs were organized for 45,000 MSCs. In 2019, MBSI will complete the construction of 67 business resource centers in various districts across the country. In addition, an in-house business incubator is to be established and 94 business advisory centers upgraded. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, Gratis Foundation continued to execute its mandate of providing training to the youth in various engineering and processing fields. Out of 471 youth, 43 were trained in metal machining, 24 in welding and fabrication, as well as 204 in motor vehicle technology. In addition, 137 students from engineering institutions on attachment were trained with 4 master craftsmen receiving training. In addition, Gratis manufactured 86 agro-processing equipment, including equipment for processing grains and cereals, shea nut, granules, cassava, and oil palm. In addition, Gratis undertook 1,700 repair, maintenance, and spare parts manufacturing activities. Mr. Speaker, a very important part of our modernization of agriculture is to attract some of our youth to go into farming and related agricultural value chain activities. To this end, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is piloting a youth in agriculture program in 7 regions, which involves a nucleus outgrower scheme in rice, maize, and soybean. Through a greenhouse program at Dawenya, government is also creating opportunities for our youth to get into agriculture, whilst also boosting the production and supply of vegetables to reduce imports and provide the opportunities for exports. The program is being expanded to 2 regions, Central and Ashanti region, and will be operational at the end of 2019. Under the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Support Program, 7,000 entrepreneurs were trained, and 1,350 successful entrepreneurs who presented innovative and bankable business plans were provided with financial support. It is expected that each of these entrepreneurs will create a minimum of 2 jobs, totaling at least 2,700 direct jobs. In 2019, another set of 10,000 entrepreneurs will be trained, and financial support will be provided to about 2,000 beneficiaries. Microfinance and Small Loan Center, MASLOC. For both 2017 and 2018, the Akufo-Addo government tasked MASLOC to focus more on strengthening the capacity of this important financial services center to manage the funds it controls and disburses. Rather than expecting more money to be simply thrown at it, this was mainly informed by the unprofessional and wasteful manner that the center was run before 2017. The center also had a very bad recovery rate that made it unsustainable. We are happy to say that the measures put in place since 2017 are yielding results. The new MASLOC has significantly strengthened its recovery rate to over 85%. Government is fully aware of the strategic role MASLOC can play in extending cheaper, small credit to small businesses in districts nationwide. It is with this in mind that a total of 200 million Ghana cedis, 100 million from GOG, and 100 bank financing that has been arranged will be allocated to the program in 2019. Government is determined, Mr. Speaker, to see MASLOC grow in order to help more and more individuals and groups undertaking small-scale enterprises. But the only way this can be achieved is if we respect the culture of paying back what is borrowed. In our drive towards Ghana beyond aid, it is imperative that we significantly increase domestic revenue, raise efficiency in the use of public resources, and protect the public purse from leakages. Responsible citizens. Mr. Speaker, citizenship goes with responsibilities, and as we strive to prepare Ghana beyond aid, we need to find innovative ways to widen our tax net and to bring in the huge informal sector. As we as Ghanaians need to engage in a social compact of government whereby we all play a role. A partnership where government makes a commitment to provide the citizenry with basic social interventions and services to improve the livelihood of our people and to educate our youth who are Ghana's future. In exchange, Ghana expects, government expects the citizenry to play their part by registering for TIN numbers, paying their taxes, keeping the environment clean, reducing weights, and being their brother's keeper. Mr. Speaker, government will broaden the tax net by simplifying payment of taxes through different routes under the guidance of GRA, including the elimination of paying for government services with cash, requiring that citizens show their TIN before accessing social services like free health care, free secondary school education, and beginning in September of this year. Other services like vehicle licensing and registration, passport services, banking services, as well as mobile money services, giving all persons and entities, regardless of resident status, an opportunity to honor their moral tax obligations that justify their access to public goods. Let us all, Mr. Speaker, give to Caesar what is Caesar's. In 2019, government will focus its revenue mobilization efforts on reforming our revenue institutions, intensifying compliance measures, and broadening the tax network. We will further accompany these with some reliefs in 2019. Tax relief. Review of the income tax ban. Government in the mid-year review introduced an additional personal income tax ban of 10,000 Ghana cedis and above per month at a rate of 35%. We have listened to the feedback from the public and come to the conclusion that some relief from this tax measure in the middle class is justified. Accordingly, government proposes to review this band to impact monthly income above 20,000 Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, order. Mr. Speaker, order. Mr. Speaker, order. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to feedback from across the aisle and propose, Mr. Speaker, to review the ban to impact monthly income above 20,000 cedis and also at a rate of 30%. Mr. Speaker, we will bring the necessary changes to this August House to be legislated. Mr. Speaker, in view of the recent wage increases, wages around minimum wage levels have become partly taxable. In keeping with government commitment to lighten the tax burden of minimum wage earners at the lower levels of the wage ladder, minimum wage will attract no income tax. Mr. Speaker, to simplify the collection, Mr. Speaker, to simplify, Mr. Speaker, to simplify the collection of withholding tax for both small-scale mining operators and tax authorities. The point of collection of the tax will be shifted to the point of export. Mr. Speaker, in the bill to effect the exact details of the new arrangement and the benefits to both small-scale mining operators and the other industry operators will be clearly captured. Reform of revenue institutions. The Ghana Revenue Authority has come a long way from the amalgamation of the three revenue agencies, VAT Service, Internal Revenue Service, and the Customs and Excise Preventive Service, to the unified tax authority we have today. Almost a decade along this journey, it is time to take a closer look at the institution and to retool it for the critical task of mobilizing revenue to finance improvement in the lives of our people. To achieve this, important changes will be made to both the management and personnel of the Ghana Revenue Authority. These interventions will seek to improve the quality of the leadership of GRA and boost the performance, responsiveness, and work ethic of the entire 6,200 GRA workforce. The rigorous performance management tools we have started deploying will be driven to the end. New departments for a modern border control regime, specialized teams for oil and gas, mining, importers and manufacturers, a GRA intelligence unit will all be established. Irregularities and revenue leakages arising out of the dishonest behavior of revenue officers will be addressed frontally. And Mr. Speaker, government will make it a regular practice to prosecute offending revenue officers for criminal collusion with unscrupulous taxpayers. In this, we will be resolute. Mr. Speaker, government will deploy similar strategies towards the National Lotteries Authority. For a long time, NLA has underperformed its potential. The reforms of lotteries in Ghana that started more than a decade have not yielded the expected outcomes. There's a need for reawakening. As a start, we have initiated steps for a full and comprehensive technical audit of the NLA. Once this has been completed, government will pursue changes similar to what has been mentioned in respect of GRA for both management and personnel of the National Lotteries Authority. In this again, we will be resolute. Intensify tax compliance. Mr. Speaker, tax evasion is a crime. Deliberate undervaluation of import values, the ex-warehousing of imports from the bonded warehouses without prior payment of customs taxes, the suppression of sales, the non-issuance of VAT receipts for registered VAT businesses, the diversions of goods cleared as transit goods into the domestic market, and many other irregularities are all crimes. In 2019, we treat these offenses for what they really are, crimes that must be prosecuted. In respect of tax debt recovery, we have already prepared files to enable us to bring legal action against a number of big tax defaulters. We will use various distress actions to retrieve tax liabilities from taxpayers who have a habit of defaulting on their tax obligations. Mr. Speaker, in this, there will be no sacred cows. Additionally, we will speed up the implementation of various automated systems to reduce human involvement in tax administration. These include electronic devices to deepen VAT penetration, the excise tax stamp policy, the harmonization of the automated system at our ports of entry, and other key systems, the implementation of which will be intensified in 2019. A key challenge in optimizing mining revenues for the state is the verification, assessment, and collection of what is due the state. In spite of work done to address these challenges, some loopholes, escape hatches, implementation weaknesses, and administrative lapses still exist. Government will intensify measures to address these challenges in the short to medium term. Mr. Speaker, some of our trading partners receive as much as $5 billion of trade of gold receipts, and we register about 47% less at our ports of exit. This will come to an end. Additional measures will be aggressively deployed to enforce existing legislation and regulation. The strategies to be adopted will be most intensive in the following areas: ensuring greater scrutiny of the quantity and quality of minerals produced in Ghana as the basis of revenue determination and export valuation; curbing base erosion as a source of systemic undervaluation of royalties and profits; tightening the regime that governs foreign exchange repatriation through the Bank of Ghana; capitalizing tax expenditures, exemptions, and recognizing them as additional government equity holdings in mining companies; and revitalizing the interagency technical committee on mining. Mr. Speaker, broadening the tax network. The need to broaden the tax base has never been lost on us as a country. Some efforts have been made even under previous administrations, but too many individuals and businesses still operate outside the tax net. This challenge calls for more creative strategies and new approaches to achieve the needed results. In 2009, we will do the following. Tax identification number. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, we will do the following. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Revenue Administration Act 2016 lists many services and transactions that cannot be assessed by individuals without TINs. Unfortunately, compliance with these requirements have been low. In 2019, we will begin to apply sanctions to state and private entities that fail to enforce these TIN requirements. Additionally, government, in providing social services and benefits provided by the state, will require beneficiaries or their guardians to have a TIN. These will complement the current efforts by GRA to get more persons and businesses on this radar. Use of third-party data. Mr. Speaker, the National Identification Scheme, when fully deployed, will provide government with a database to help with revenue administration. But even before that, and to add to the benefits from the NIA, we will in 2019 make use of third-party data sitting in various databases in both private and public sector for tax administration. The DVLA, the Lands Registry, the courts, the financial institutions, the law enforcement agencies, SNIT, to mention a few, are all repositories of useful tax data. We will use these databases to rope most persons into the tax net and tax them accordingly. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the central government will partner MMDAs to enhance revenue mobilized at the local government level. This partnership will be in the following areas: property registration and property data management, the use of a simplified, inexpensive tool for property valuation, the setting up of a system for the generation and distribution of bills, and the setting up of a system for the efficient collection of property rates and other rates. In addition, the Ministry of Finance will strengthen its oversight over public revenue management in our MMDAs. An electronic payment platform will be put in place to automate the collection and administration of revenues in all local government entities and to give central government a comprehensive view of the finances of MMDA. Mr. Speaker, the improved governance of internally generated funds of ministries, department agencies, and all statutory constitutional bodies is still top of government priority. As provided for in the new fees and charges bill that will be placed before Parliament before close of the year, the fees and charges of all MMDAs and regulators will come under greater scrutiny of central government. At the moment, some MDAs receive their fees and charges through commercial bank that lodge these revenues in full at BOG. The Bank of Ghana then transfers the appropriate amounts to the relevant MDAs. In 2019, government will expand this arrangement to all fees and charges on behalf of the MDAs. Government's digitization and cashless initiative continues. All government entities will be able to receive electronic payments by the end of Q2 next year. This is a precursor to all government entities making government payments electronically on the journey to the government going cashless. This will greatly increase transparency and efficiency of cash flows to and from government and better aid cash management of all government entities. Deployment of the Nation Builders Corps. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of many of the interventions mentioned above will require more energetic hands. As part of our strategy to enhance revenue mobilization, GRA has been assigned, Mr. Speaker, 10,000 officers from NAPCO, in addition to their 6,200 workers, who will be deployed to support the implementation of these measures and strategies. In particular, they will be helpful in identifying and registering potential taxpayers, collection of contracted rates, and follow-up on debtors. The young men and women of NAPCO will, in the process, become a pool of officers from whom government could recruit substantive officers to support revenue mobilization. Mr. Speaker, the numbers on tax exemption in Ghana's economy are disturbing. In the last 8 years, tax exemption, import duty, import VAT, import NHIL, and domestic tax in the economy have grown from 392 million Ghana cedis, 0.9% of GDP in 2010, to 5.3 billion Ghana cedis, 2.6% of GDP in 2007. It is important to indicate that these figures do not include exemptions from the payment of corporate and individual income taxes, concessions on tax rates, petroleum tax reliefs, custom tax exemptions enjoyed by diplomatic missions, and processing charge exemptions at the port. Over the same period, about 6 different studies have been conducted in Ghana's tax exemption review regime by the Revenue Policy Division of the Ministry of Finance, the IMF, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, GIZ, and the World Bank. All these studies have concluded that 1, the growth in Ghana's tax exemptions and relief is unsustainable, and 2, the benefits Ghana's economy gets from these exemptions and relief are doubtful. Worse still, Mr. Speaker, tax exemptions in Ghana have invariably provided the opportunity for abuse. But even without the irregularities, the exemptions in themselves deny the country of much needed revenue, resulting in low revenue collection and reporting. These cannot be allowed to continue, which is why we have committed to reform the tax exemptions regime. The draft policy has been completed and will be presented to Cabinet and Parliament during 2019 to be passed into law. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, in accordance with the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, the Ministry of Finance will review all our earmark funds and update them to bring them in line with our current economic realities and priorities. Mr. Speaker, extensive stakeholder consultations on the draft regulations for the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, are underway. The regulations will include explicit provisions for numerical fiscal rules, and it is expected that regulations will be passed in 2019. The Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System, GIFMIS, utilization expansion program was pursued in earnest this year. The GIFMIS financial module was expanded to cover 4 statutory fund agencies and has also been deployed to 216 MMDAs. The budget model Hyperion has also been coded to track the SDGs. To improve overall efficiency in payroll management, government has initiated procurement processes to outsource payroll management. Pilot implementation will begin with 1 MDA in 2019. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen cash and treasury management, government is in the process of designing a cash management solution that will provide an automated cash flow forecasting model to assist MDAs and MNDAs in forecasting their cash requirement and broadening government's utilization of the Treasury single account. A key priority of His Excellency the President is to protect the public purse by, among others, enforcing resolute efficiency in expenditure of public resources. To this end, government has recently released guidelines regulating board allowances for state enterprises and agencies. The guidelines eliminate monthly allowances for board members and provide caps on certain allowances. Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of the Office of the Vice President and the Office of the Senior Minister, and in consultation with the relevant professional institutions, the Office has produced standardized designs and costs of various public infrastructure projects in health, such as CHIPS compounds, polyclinics, district hospitals, and regional hospitals. In education, such as school classrooms, dormitories, and science laboratories, as well as in roads. The standardized designs and costs will guide procurement of contractors for the delivery of these categories of infrastructure in order to ensure value for money. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the Ministry of Finance will operationalize an information and efficiency and innovations unit to lead an effort in government to introduce efficiencies and control costs in important cost drivers, including standardization, centralization of vehicle and IT procurement, travel expenditure, and allowances to public officers. Mr. Speaker, our nation has invested huge amounts of money in state-owned enterprise, but we have not been reaping benefits commensurate with our investment, due mainly to inefficiencies and weak governance in the sector. To promptly turn around this situation, government, after a comprehensive study of the sector, will soon present to this August House a draft bill to address the problems in the sector. Fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, in line with government's promise to protect the public purse, His Excellency the President remains committed to the fight against corruption. The Special Prosecutor's Office, which is established under the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 201-2017, Act 959, is one of the highest priorities of government. In this budget, the Special Prosecutor's Office has been allocated an amount of 180 million from GOG of a commitment to provide additional resources during the course of 2019 to enable the Special Prosecutor's Office to carry out this mandate. The LI will also, Mr. Speaker, be laid and pass. Mr. Speaker, as I noted in the mid-year fiscal policy review statement to this House, there is a need to restructure and strengthen the internal audit function in the public sector to play its expected role in ensuring effective risk management control and improvements in governance processes in the public sector. The Ministry of Finance is currently supporting the Internal Audit Agency to conduct extensive stakeholder consultations as part of the key processes that will lead to restructuring the Internal Audit Agency. This will help to align the activities of internal audit to national objectives.
Honorable members, background noise.
Mr. Speaker, government seeks the approval of Parliament to maintain the cap on the Ghana Civilization Fund at $300 million in line with Section 23(3) of the PRMA to continue with the liability management strategy. Securitization of GET Fund. Cabinet has given its no objection for GET Fund to secure up to 1.5 billion long-term financing, and same has been laid in Parliament. The amount to be used for critical education infrastructure on the back of a portion of VAT receivers rules as prescribed in Act 581 and will be issued in 3 tranches of $500 million. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to its objective to borrow at least cost and at the minimum. Consistent with this, government intends to issue sovereign bonds of $1 billion to be used to finance critical infrastructure products and for liability management. Government will explore the possibility of issuing one or a combination of the following bonds based on market conditions: Euro bonds and green bonds. Mr. Speaker, the Century Bond. Ghana announced its intention to issue longer dated sovereign bonds this year as part of our bilateral engagement with other countries. Our phase of massive economic transformation requires a more ambitious financing arrangement and the capacity to retire about half of the country's existing debt, which were issued during a high interest rate environment during the previous administration. The decision to raise these ultra long-term bonds is not intended to derail our debt sustainability path, but rather to enhance it. If we really want to uplift ourselves out of this hand-to-mouth existence and put our country, Ghana, on a firm trajectory of growth and prosperity, we will need to source long-term, affordable financing to invest in strategic infrastructure over the long to medium term. We shall issue sovereign bonds of longer tenure, either as green bonds or euro bonds on international capital markets, as structured sovereign century bond for our bilateral investor partners. The sovereign century bonds shall engage on a bilateral basis to raise long-term concessional funding to underwrite our other commercial infrastructure needs, to give GUIDEC, PPP projects, and other entities, as well as liability management. We inherited, Mr. Speaker, some 123 billion cedis worth of debt at very high interest rates. Even though we have brought down interest rates considerably, we are still saddled with a sizable amount of expensive debts. As such, in 2019, we'll spend over 16 billion of our revenue, 26.6%, on interest payments. This amount can be considerably reduced if we refinance our debt at much lower interest rates. A 10% reduction in interest rates translates into over 1.6 billion in savings, almost enough to pay for free SHS in 2019. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Century Bond Program will help provide us with the wherewithal to refinance these expensive liabilities. It is an important bulwark for Ghana's post-IMF status. It indicates a country with a long-term plan, a country that can program its infrastructure needs over the long term, a country that can provision for adequate foreign exchange reserves in the long term, a country that cannot be hit with the contagion of emerging markets, a confident country that can pay its way through its development, a country beyond aid. Mr. Speaker, our focus in government over the last 22 months has not just been restoration of macroeconomic stability. We have implemented a number of flagship policies as well as social intervention policies that have reduced the suffering as well as enhanced the aspirations and opportunities of ordinary Ghanaians. The Akufo-Addo government has eased the burdens of hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians and invested in the future of our children with the introduction of free senior high school program. For the first time in our history, Mr. Speaker, the whole of Ghana is enjoying free SHS. Under free SHS, students are entitled to free meals, both boarding and day, to free boarding accommodation, to free textbooks, and all of us, Mr. Speaker, all citizens in this great land of ours. Mr. Speaker, the free SHS in 2017 provided over 90,000 additional teenagers an opportunity to get senior high school education and improve the opportunities for work in the future. Mr. Speaker, whose child should be left behind? Mr. Speaker, in 2018, as a result of the innovative double track system, we have been able to accommodate 181,000 more students who otherwise, Mr. Speaker, could not have access to secondary education. Mr. Speaker, this is 271,000 of our citizens, Mr. Speaker, who have had the opportunity now to a better life. Mr. Speaker, this is a very emotional issue for the President. that all of us will have access to free education, that there will be social justice for all, and that a lack of education should be not because the state cannot provide, and that access will be given for all. Mr. Speaker, the introduction of free SHS has also provided immediate cash benefits to parents. For a parent of a boarding SHS student, you save 2,015 and 22 pence. For a parent of a boarding TVET student, you save Ghana 2,115 cedis and 22 pesos. And over a 3-year period, Mr. Speaker, a parent of a boarding SHS student would have saved nearly 6,045 cedis. The savings. Mr. Speaker, for those who still count in old currency, that's 60 million old Ghana cedis and about 120 million Ghana cedis if you have 2 children going through free SHS. Mr. Speaker, this is the mark of a right-to-center government that believes that people must be at the center of development. Mr. Speaker, we increased the school feeding program from 1.6 million children to over 2.4 million children, and also increased the amount spent on each child by 25%. In the area of LEAP, we have added more than 150,000 households to the program, thereby improving their livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, further, we have increased the share of the DACF to persons with disability from 2% to 3%. We have more than doubled the capitation grant from 4.5 cedis to 10 cedis. We have restored teacher training allowances. We have restored nursing training allowances. We have reduced electricity, 70.5% for households, 30% for businesses. We have cleared 1.2 billion arrears inherited under the NHIS, and NHIS is working again. We have provided food crop farmers with subsidized fertilizer, 50% under the Planting for Food and Jobs. This has resulted. Mr. Speaker, this has resulted in increased output and lower food, Mr. Speaker, and as we all sit here, food prices and inflation is down to 9.5%. The lowest in decades. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we are not done. Mr. Speaker, this is a very emotional policy. Mr. Speaker, this is a very emotional policy. For the past few years, Mr. Speaker, parents who have paid for their children to be graduated have had their children stay at home for 5-7 years. Mr. Speaker, it eats at our own sense of decency and appreciation of who we are as a people. Mr. Speaker, we have, in an unprecedented way, in a monumental way, provided jobs for 100,000 graduates. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you may wait.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you may wait.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you may wait.
Mr. Speaker. We have...
Honorable Minister will wait. Order. Nevertheless, the superlative language is not allowed. And you know the rules. Honorable members, and you know it's my duty to apply them. Please, let us proceed with the voting.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Finance, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have provided jobs to 100,000 graduates under the Nation Builders Corps across every constituency in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is the type of strong and bold and visionary leadership that we are experiencing under the Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, retirement income security is also a right of every Ghanaian and not only formal sector workers. His Excellency the President has demonstrated his commitment to expanding social security to cover the informal sector by charging the board of SNIT to ensure the inclusion of informal sector workers. I'm pleased to announce, Mr. Speaker, that SNIT is working with government to develop a policy framework to provide informal workers with a voluntary, fully funded personal pension scheme to be launched in 2019. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask one question.
Order. Honorable members, order.
Let me ask one question. Mr. Speaker, can anyone, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, in view of the time and the business before us, I direct that the hours be extended beyond the regular hours. Honorable Minister, proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker. After this litany of achievements for a right-to-center government, who believes in the centrality of people in our quest for development, can anyone recall the social
Honorable members,
Mr. Speaker,
the debate time will come.
Can anyone recall the social? No, we can't. The social intervention policies. Can anyone recall the social intervention policies that? Can anyone recall the social intervention policies that the Social Democratic NDC introduced in its last 8 years in government to mitigate the hardship of Ghanaians? Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, you may wait.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, when silence you will go.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the evidence, Mr. Speaker, the evidence shows that when it comes to social politics to protect the poor and vulnerable in Ghana, the government of the NPP, the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has indeed a remarkable record. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with December 2018 as the test date, we are on track to successfully complete and exit the IMF ECF program. We have clearly demonstrated our competence in managing our economy in the past 2 years that we have been in government. We will remain steadfast in this resolve. To this point, to this end, we are putting in place a number of legal and institutional measures to ensure that we do not revert to the bad days of macroeconomic mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, one of the key measures we are institutionalizing is a social partnership among organized labor, Ghana Employees Association, and government, which we believe will provide avenue for the partners to deliberate on significant development matters and providing relevant solutions. Further, Mr. Speaker, the 6 strategic pillars in the 2019 budget puts us in a position to advance boldly towards a Ghana beyond aid. In this budget, we are making an unprecedented infrastructural expansion of over $2 billion, historic per annum. We are modernizing agriculture, increasing production, and reducing our dependence on imports for food. We are forging ahead with a bold and comprehensive $1 billion industrialization plan that adds value to our agriculture and natural resources and leverages our rising population of educated youth. We are strengthening our domestic revenue mobilization and taking strong measures to enforce efficiency in public expenditure and to protect the public purse. We are building on and strengthening our social interventions in order to ensure that no one is left behind. A caring government, a caring country, as we transform our economy and march boldly to a Ghana beyond aid. Mr. Speaker, the future is indeed very bright as we embark on big-ticket projects and programs as part of our resolve to transform the economy and better the lives of Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we are implementing the Sino-Hydro project, which will provide additional 2 billion cedis in road, rail, and other infrastructure. The Acre oil field will start producing in 2021 and will eventually add about 100,000 barrels of oil per day to Ghana's crude oil production. In addition, ExxonMobil will be present on board, soon to explore and produce crude oil in the deep water Cape 3 points. The Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation will be established to develop an integrated aluminium industry in Ghana. Ghana is attracting international car manufacturing giants such as Nissan, Volkswagen, Sinotruk to set up automobile industry and move the program forward. Mr. Speaker, as you know, His Excellency the President constituted a committee to draw up a Ghana Beyond Aid Charter. The committee comprises representatives from a wide cross-section of Ghanaians, including government, organized labor, the private sector and employees, and the youth. Work on the charter and on the detailed contours of the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda is well advanced, and the committee will present this report to the President before the end of the year. Following that, there will be consultation with Ghanaians before revising the committee's work for eventual submission for Parliament. Mr. Speaker, In March 2017, I presented His Excellency's first budget, President who had re-energized the nation and inspired hope. Millions of Ghanaians who went to the polls and voted him into power, youthful Ghanaians who believed that their lives will be turned around, expectant parents who believed that their burdens and their wards will go to school, hundreds of children who believed and hoped that they will have opportunity to improve their lives through education, university graduates who believed that they might have opportunity to wake up in the morning, dress up, and show up for work, businesses who believed that interest rates will come down so that they can borrow and expand their businesses and employ more people, dying businesses that require some signals to live again, like the bones of Ezekiel, Ghanaians who had sat in darkness and wanting to see light, our development partners who believe that they can revitalize their partnership with us, and the international investor community, and also in the IMF, whose program of Ghana had derailed. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to announce that those who believe have seen their dreams and aspirations come to fruition. 100,000 graduates who have been home for years, despondent without hope, now have the opportunity to contribute to our national development. And that is their right as citizens, to contribute to our national development. 271,000 16 to 18-year-olds who would have been thrown onto the streets but for free SHS are now seated in classrooms, getting an education and gaining training to give them a better future and a better future for our country. And as the Bible says, for those who sat in darkness, they have seen a great light. This is in spite of the deep challenge and the grievous harm that had been done through questionable take-or-pay contracts for which we have to pay, Mr. Speaker, $600 million annually, whether we switch on the light or not. But we have resolved to move on. Nurses and teachers who believe that the government will come to their aid, we have met their aspirations and hope. And over 1.5 million depositors who, but for the timely intervention of the central bank and government, would have lost their businesses and their life savings and deposits of over 9 billion Ghana cedis in the banking sector. Ghana's international profile is now on the rise. In the last year, the President has hosted several heads of state and government, as well as high-profile international dignitaries. Global leaders and investors are lining up now to pay serious attention to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we are proud of what we have accomplished in 22 months and are certain and resolved to deliver a future that meets the hopes and aspirations of all of our people through this budget and this medium term. Mr. Speaker, this story of hope continues. This budget meets the expectations of Ghanaians for better infrastructure and housing, increased economic activity through unprecedented investment in industrialization agriculture, expanding job opportunities for entrepreneurs and rising income, bringing tax relief to the middle class. In the next 20
billion anyway, as a minority.
Why wouldn't you support it?
I can't anticipate what the depreciation rate of the cedi against the dollar will be in the next 5 years. So I can't commit government for the next 10 years when I'm not able to predict that. But I concede that contractors must be paid and new projects of the president must go on. So maybe $500 million will be on to go. Ghana already has a bloated public service. So if you recruit 100,000 nation builders and add to 700, that's 800,000. We should be thinning the public sector in order to have space within compensation.
Are you calling for redundancy?
I say we need to have a national conversation on it because it's part of what the Minister of Finance identified in 2017 as part of the rigidities to the budget, including interest rate payment. Now, they want to borrow. They bastardize.
On the bit of the public sector, is it too much?
Yes, it's too much.
We need to prune it down.
I said it needs a tuning. We should have a national conversation.
And so the national conversation should be on.
Compare the size of the wage bill and the size of the workforce in Ghana to La Côte d'Ivoire, and you appreciate that which I am saying. Nurses and teachers' allowances unpaid. So you don't come and celebrate accumulation of arrears as fiscal prudence or fiscal discipline. Nation builders were told in 2018 that it will kick off. It's now kicking off in November, so deception for 1 year. If you wanted to start it in 2019, say so. You don't come and say that Nation Builders Corps will take off in 2018 and start in November when you are reading the budget. So what happened to the 300 million which was supposed to be allocated for Nation Builders Corps in the budget out of capping? We need to raise it. Now, I've also discovered that under annual budget funding amount, 675 million has gone to fiscal infrastructure for education and free senior high school. I can't point to any fiscal infrastructure. I need to see them, and we should interrogate it further. It's all gone into consumption. Now, don't forget that only 46% of senior high school graduates make it to the tertiary level. So that investment in human capital needs to be looked again, because many of them that you are investing in, we may end up just at literacy and numeracy, which for an overall population is also healthy. Releases to the ministries have suffered, and for the road sector, go to 2017, 2018, 2019. Same roads have been repeated. What happened to them? And then they should learn to appreciate energy sector levy. What has been the contribution of the new Patriotic Party government to ending doomsday? Was it transition, transmission, or was it generation? In history, the NDC and President Mahama added the best ever post-Nkrumah to the generation capacity of our country. And we introduced the energy sector levy as a superior debt management strategy. It's like airport, the terminal tray at airport. It's not sitting on the public accounts. It's sitting on the books of airports company. That's a superior way to manage debt. We introduced Estela. They said it was a nuisance tax. Now they are praising it. They've made 5.6 billion out of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haruna Idrisu, who's the minority leader, joining us and sharing his thoughts with us this afternoon on the budget. Well, folks, that'll be all from us this afternoon on the post-budget discussions. You've heard from the Finance Minister, Ken Ofori-Atta. My name is Winston, and on behalf of all of us here from Parliament, thank you very much. The conversations will continue tomorrow on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7, our morning show, and on New Day on TV3, as well as Yensempa on Unia 95.1 FM. We're continuing at the discussions on the post-budget analysis. Thank you very much for being part of our live coverage.